To Myself by Paul Fleming, translated from German by Catherine Winkworth. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Leanne. To Myself. Let nothing make thee sad or fretful, or too regretful. Be still. What God hath ordered must be right, then find in it thy own delight, my will. Why shouldst thou fill to-day with sorrow about to-morrow, my heart? One watches all with care most true. Doubt not that he will give thee too thy part. Only be steadfast, never waver, nor seek earth's favor, but rest. Thou knowest what God wills must be for all his creatures, so for thee the best. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Flower by George Herbert, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. The Flower. How fresh, O Lord, how sweet and clean are thy returns, even as the flowers in spring, to which, besides their own demean, the late past frost's tributes of pleasure bring. Grief melts away, like snow in May, as if there were no such cold thing. Who would have thought my shriveled heart could have recovered greenness? It was gone, quite underground, as flowers depart to see their mother root when they have blown, where they together all the hard weather, dead to the world, keep house unknown. These are thy wonders, Lord of power, killing and quickening, bringing down to hell, and up to heaven in an hour, making a chiming of a passing bell. We say amiss, this or that is, thy word is all, if we could spell. Oh, that I once past changing were, fast in thy paradise, where no flower can wither. Many a spring I shoot up fair, offering at heaven, growing and groaning thither. Nor doth my flower want a spring shower, my sins and I joining together. But while I grow in a straight line, still upwards bent, as if heaven were mine own, thy anger comes and I decline. What frost to that? What pole is not the zone where all things burn, when thou dost turn, and the least frown of thine is shown? And now in age I bud again, after so many deaths I live and write. I once more smell the dew and rain, and relish versing, O my only light. I cannot be that I am he on whom thy tempests fell at night. These are thy wonders, Lord of love, to make us see we are but flowers that glide, which when we once can find and prove, thou hast a garden for us where to bide. Who would be more, swelling through store, forfeit their paradise by their pride. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sonnet to Syriac Skinner by John Milton, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Sonnet to Syriac Skinner. Syriac, this 3 years' stay, these eyes, though clear to outward view of blemish or of spot, bereft of life, their seeing have forgot. Nor to their idle orbs does sight appear of sun or moon or stars throughout the year, or man or woman, Yet I argue not against heaven's hand or will, nor bate a jot of heart or hope, but still bear up and steer right onward. What supports me, dost thou ask? The conscience, friend, to have lost them overplied in liberty's defence, my noble task, of which all Europe rings from side to side. This thought might lead me through the world's vain mask, content, though blind, had I no better guide. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Invictus by William Ernest Henley, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Invictus. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how strait the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll, I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Afar in the Desert by Thomas Pringle, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Afar in the Desert. Afar in the desert I love to ride, with a silent bush boy alone by my side, when the sorrows of life the soul o'ercast, and, sick of the present, I cling to the past, when the eye is suffused with regretful tears, from the fond recollections of former years, and shadows of things that have long since fled flit over the brain, like the ghosts of the dead. Bright visions of glory that vanished too soon, daydreams that departed ere manhood's noon, attachments by fate or falsehood reft, companions of early days lost or left, and my native land, whose magical name thrills to the heart like electric flame, the home of my childhood, the haunts of my prime, all the passions and scenes of that rapturous time, when the feelings were young, and the world was new, like the fresh bowers of Eden unfolding to view, all now forsaken, forgotten, forgone, and I, a lone exile remembered of none, my high aims abandoned, my good acts undone, aweary of all that is under the sun, with that sadness of heart which no stranger may scan, I fly to the desert, afar from man. Afar in the desert I love to ride, with the silent bush boy alone by my side, when the wild turmoil of this wearisome life, with its scenes of oppression, corruption, and strife, the proud man's frown, and the base man's fear, the scorner's laugh, and the sufferer's tear, and malice, and meanness, and falsehood, and folly, dispose me to musing and dark melancholy, when my bosom is full, and my thoughts are high, and my soul is sick with the bondman's sigh. Oh, then there is freedom, and joy, and pride, afar in the desert alone to ride. There is rapture to vault on the champing steed, and to bound away with the eagle's speed, with the death-fraught firelock in my hand, the only law of the desert land. Afar in the desert I love to ride, with the silent bush boy alone by my side, away, away from the dwellings of men, by the wild deer's haunt, by the buffalo's glen, by valleys remote where the oribi plays, where the gnu, the gazelle, and the hartebeest graze, and the kudu and eland unhaunted recline by the skirts of grey forest o'erhung with wild vine, where the elephant browses at peace in his wood, and the river horse gambols unscared in the flood, and the mighty rhinoceros wallows at will in the fen where the wild ass is drinking his fill. Afar in the desert I love to ride, with the silent bush boy alone by my side, o'er the brown karoo, where the bleating cry of the springbok's fawn sounds plaintively, and the timorous quagga's shrill whistling neigh is heard by the fountain at twilight grey, where the zebra wantonly tosses his mane, with wild hoof scouring the desolate plain, and the fleet-footed ostrich over the waste speeds like a horseman who travels in haste, hieing away to the home of her rest, where she and her mate have scooped their nest, far hid from the pitiless plunderer's view, in the pathless depths of the parched karoo. Afar in the desert I love to ride, with the silent bush boy alone by my side, away, away in the wilderness vast where the white man's foot hath never passed, and the quivered Korana or Bekuan hath rarely crossed with his roving clan, a region of emptiness, howling and drear, which man hath abandoned from famine and fear, which the snake and the lizard inhabit alone, with the twilight bat from the yawning stone, where grass, nor herb, nor shrub takes root, save poisonous thorns that pierce the foot. And the bitter melon, for food and drink, is the pilgrim's fare by the salt lake's brink, a region of drought, where no river glides, nor rippling brook with osierd sides, where sedgy pool, nor bubbling fount, nor tree, nor cloud, nor misty mount, appears to refresh the aching eye, but the barren earth and the burning sky and the blank horizon round and round spread, void of living sight or sound. And here, while the night winds round me sigh, and the stars burn bright in the midnight sky, as I sit apart by the desert stone, like Elijah at Horeb's cave alone, a still small voice comes through the wild, like a father consoling his fretful child, which banishes bitterness, wrath, and fear, saying, "Man is distant, but God is near." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sad is our youth, for it is ever going, by Aubrey Thomas de Vere. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Sad is our youth, for it is ever going. Sad is our youth, for it is ever going, crumbling away beneath our very feet. Sad is our life, for onward it is flowing in current unperceived, because so fleet. Sad are our hopes, for they were sweet in sowing, but tares, self-sown, have overtopped the wheat. Sad are our joys, for they were sweet in blowing, and still, oh still their dying breath is sweet. And sweet is youth, although it hath bereft us of that which made our childhood sweeter still. And sweet is middle life, for it hath left us a nearer good to cure an older ill. And sweet are all things when we learn to prize them, not for their sake, but his who grants them or denies them. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
My Wife and Child by Henry R. Jackson, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. My Wife and Child. Written in the year 1846, in Mexico, the writer being at that time Colonel of the 1st Regiment of Georgia Volunteers. The tattoo beats, the lights are gone, the camp around in slumber lies, the night with solemn pace moves on, the shadows thicken o'er the skies, but sleep my weary eyes hath flown, and sad, uneasy thoughts arise. I think of thee, O darling one, whose love my early life hath blessed, of thee and him, our baby son, who slumbers on thy gentle breast. God of the tender, frail and lone, oh, guard the tender sleeper's rest! And hover gently, hover near To her whose watchful eye is wet, To mother, wife, the doubly dear, In whose young heart have freshly met Two streams of love so deep and clear, And cheer her drooping spirits yet. Now, while she kneels before thy throne, O teach her, ruler of the skies, That, while by thy behest alone Earth's mightiest powers fall and rise, No tear is wept to thee unknown, No hair is lost, no sparrow dies. That thou canst stay the ruthless hands of dark disease, And soothe its pain, that only by thy stern commands The battle's lost, the soldier slain, That from the distant sea or land Thou bring'st the wanderer home again, And when upon her pillow lone Her tear-wet cheek is sadly pressed, May happier visions beam upon The brightened current of her breast, No frowning look or angry tone Disturb the Sabbath of her rest. Whatever fate these forms may show, Loved with a passion almost wild, By day, by night, in joy or woe, By fears oppressed, or hopes beguiled, From every danger, every foe, O God, protect my wife and child. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Rainy Day by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. The Rainy Day. The day is cold and dark and dreary. It rains, and the wind is never weary. The vine still clings to the mouldering wall, but at every gust the dead leaves fall, and the day is dark and dreary. My life is cold and dark and dreary. It rains, and the wind is never weary. My thoughts still cling to the mouldering past, but the hopes of youth fall thick in the blast, and the days are dark and dreary. Be still, sad heart, and cease repining. Behind the clouds is the sun still shining. Thy fate is the common fate of all. Into each life some rain must fall. Some days must be dark and dreary. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Times Go by Turns by Robert Southwell, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian. Times go by turns. The lopped tree in time may grow again. Most naked plants renew both fruit and flower. The sorest right may find release of pain. The driest soil suck in some moistening shower. Times go by turns, and chances change by course, from foul to fair, from better hap to worse. The sea of fortune doth not ever flow. She draws her favours to the lowest ebb. Her time hath equal times to come and go. Her loom doth weave the fine and the coarsed web. No joy so great but runneth to an end, No hap so hard but may in fine amend. Not always fall of leaf, nor ever spring, No endless night, yet not eternal day. The saddest birds a season find to sing, The roughest storm a calm may soon allay. Thus with succeeding turns God tempereth all, That man may hope to rise yet fear to fall. A chance may win that by mischance was lost. The well that holds no great takes little fish. In some things all, in all things none are crossed. Few all they need, but none have all they wish. Unmeddled joys here to no man befall. Who least hath some, who most hath never all. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Compensation by Christopher Pierce Cranch. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. Compensation. Tears wash away the atoms in the eye that smarted for a day. Rain clouds that spoiled the splendors of the sky, the fields with flowers array. No chamber of pain but has some hidden door that promises release. No solitude so drear but yields its store of thought and inward peace. No night so wild but brings the constant sun with love and power untold. No time so dark but through its woof there run some blessed threads of gold. And through the long and storm-tossed centuries burn, in changing calm and strife, the pharos lights of truth where'er we turn, the unquenched lamps of life. O love supreme, O providence divine, what self-adjusting springs of law and life, what even scales are thine, what sure returning wings of hopes and joys that flit like birds away when chilling autumn blows, but come again long ere the buds of May their rosy lips unclose. What wondrous play of mood and accident through shifting days and years, what fresh returns of vigor overspent in feverish dreams and fears, what wholesome air of conscience and of thought when doubts and forms oppress, what vistas opening to the gates we sought beyond the wilderness, beyond the narrow cells where self-involved like chrysalids we wait, the unknown births, the mysteries unsolved of death and change and fate. O light divine, we need no fuller test that all is ordered well. We know enough to trust that all is best where love and wisdom dwell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Changed Cross by the Honourable Mrs. Charles Hobart. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Changed Cross. It was a time of sadness, and my heart, although it knew and loved the better part, felt wearied with the conflict and the strife, and all the needful discipline of life. And while I thought on these as given to me, my trial tests of faith and love to be, it seemed as if I never could be sure that faithful to the end I should endure. And thus, no longer trusting to his might, who says, "We walk by faith and not by sight," doubting and almost yielding to despair, the thought arose, "My cross I cannot bear." Far heavier its weight must surely be than those of others which I daily see. Oh, if I might another burden choose, methinks I should not fear my crown to lose. A solemn silence reigned on all around. Even nature's voices uttered not a sound. The evening shadows seemed of peace to tell, and sleep upon my weary spirit fell. A moment's pause, and then a heavenly light beamed full upon my wandering, raptured sight. Angels on silvery wings seemed everywhere, and angels' music thrilled the balmy air. Then one, more fair than all the rest to see, one to whom all the others bowed the knee, came gently to me as I trembling lay, and "Follow me," he said, "I am the way." Then speaking thus he led me far above, and there, beneath a canopy of love, crosses of diverse shape and size were seen, larger and smaller than my own had been. And one there was, most beauteous to behold, a little one, with jewels set in gold. Ah, this, methought, I can with comfort wear, for it will be an easy one to bear. And so the little cross I quickly took, but all at once my frame beneath it shook. The sparkling jewels, fair were they to see, but far too heavy was their weight for me. This may not be, I cried, and looked again, to see if there was any here could ease my pain. But one by one I passed them slowly by, till on a lovely one I cast my eye. Fair flowers around its sculptured form entwined, and grace and beauty seemed in it combined. Wondering I gazed, and still I wondered more, to think so many should have passed it o'er. But oh, that form so beautiful to see soon made its hidden sorrows known to me. Thorns lay beneath those flowers and colours fair. Sorrowing I said, this cross I may not bear. And so it was with each and all around. Not one to suit my need could there be found. Weeping I laid each heavy burden down, as my guide gently said, no cross, no crown. At length to him I raised my saddened heart. He knew its sorrows, bade its doubts depart. Be not afraid, he said, but trust in me. My perfect love shall now be shown to thee. And then, with lightened eyes and willing feet, again I turned my earthly cross to meet. With forward footsteps, turning not aside, for fear some hidden evil might betide. And there, in the prepared appointed way, listening to hear and ready to obey, a cross I quickly found of plainest form, with only words of love inscribed thereon. With thankfulness I raised it from the rest, and joyfully acknowledged it the best, the only one, of all the many there, that I could feel was good for me to bear. And while I thus my chosen one confessed, I saw a heavenly brightness on it rest, and as I bent my burden to sustain, I recognized my own old cross again. But oh, how different did it seem to be, now I had learned its preciousness to see. No longer could I unbelieving say, perhaps another is a better way. Ah, no, henceforth my one desire shall be, that he who knows me best should choose for me. And so whatever his love sees good to send, I'll trust it's best, because he knows the end. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Something Beyond by Mary Clemmer Ames Hudson, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Something Beyond. Something beyond! Though now, with joy unfound, the life task falleth from thy weary hand. Be brave, be patient, in the fair beyond thou'lt understand. Thou'lt understand why our most royal hours couch sorrowful slaves bound by low nature's greed, why the celestial soul's a minion made to narrowest need. In this pent sphere of being incomplete, the imperfect fragment of a beauteous whole, for yon rare regions where the perfect meet, sighs the lone soul, sighs for the perfect. Far and fair it lies, it hath no half-fed friendship's perishing fleet, no partial insights, no averted eyes, no loves unmeet. Something beyond! Light for our clouded eyes. In this dark dwelling, in its shrouded beams, our best waits masked, few pierce the soul's disguise. How sad it seems! Something beyond! Ah! If it were not so, darker would be thy face, O brief to-day. Earthward we'd bow beneath life's smiting woe, powerless to pray. Something beyond! The immortal morning stands above the night. Clear shines her precious brow. The pendulous star in her transfigured hands brightens the now. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Despondency Rebuked by Arthur Hugh Clough. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian. Despondence Rebuked. Say not, the struggle not availeth. The labour and the wounds are vain. The enemy faints not, nor faileth, and as things have been they remain. If hopes were dupes, fears may be liars. It may be in yon smoke concealed. Your comrades chase e'en now the fliers, and but for you possess the field. For while the tide waves, vainly breaking, seem here no painful inch to gain, far back, through creeks and inlets making, comes silent, flooding in the main. And not by eastern windows only, when daylight comes in the light, in front. The sun climbs slow, how slowly! But westward, look, the land is bright. End of poem. This recording is in a public domain. God's Sure Helping Sorrow by Anton Ulrich, Duke of Brunswick, 1667. Translated by Catherine Winkworth, 1855. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian. God's sure help in sorrow. Leave all to God, forsaken one, and stay thy tears, for the highest knows thy pain, sees thy sufferings and thy fears. Thou shalt not wait his help in vain. Leave all to God. Be still and trust, for his strokes are strokes of love. Thou must for thy profit bear. He thy filial fear would move. Trust thy Father's loving care. Be still and trust. No, God is near. Though thou think him far away, though his mercy long have slept, he will come and not delay, when his child enough hath wept, for God is near. O teach him not when and how to hear thy prayers, never doth our God forget. He the cross who longest bears, finds his sorrow's bounds are set. Then teach him not. If thou love him, walking truly in his ways, then no trouble, cross, or death ever shall silence faith and praise. All things serve thee here beneath, if thou love God. End of poem. This recording is in a public domain. Sonnet by Louise Labbe, translated by Louis Stewart Costello. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian. Sonnet. While yet these tears have power to flow, for hours, for ever passed away, while yet these swelling sighs allow my faltering voice to breathe a lay, while yet my hand can touch the chords, my tender lute, to wake thy tone, while yet my mind no thought affords, but one remembered dream alone, I ask not death, whate'er my state, but when my eyes can weep no more, my voice is lost, my hand untrue, and when my spirit's fire is over, nor can express the love it knew, come death, and cast thy shadows over my fate. End of poem. This recording is in a public domain.
Waiting by John Burroughs, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Waiting. Serene I fold my hands and wait, nor care for wind or tide or sea. I rave no more 'gainst time or fate, for lo, my own shall come to me. I stay my haste, I make delays, for what avails this eager pace? I stand amid the eternal ways, and what is mine shall know my face. Asleep, awake, by night or day, the friends I seek are seeking me. No wind can drive my bark astray, nor change the tide of destiny. What matter if I stand alone? I wait with joy the coming years. My heart shall reap where it has sown, and garner up its fruit of tears. The waters know their own and draw the brook that springs in yonder height. So flows the good with equal law unto the soul of pure delight. The stars come nightly to the sky, the tidal wave unto the sea. Nor time, nor space, nor deep nor high, can keep my own away from me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
And Phyllis's Guest by William Channing Gannett, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. And Phyllis's Guest, St. Helena Island, South Carolina, in 1863. I was young and Harry was strong. The summer was bursting from sky and plain, thrilling our blood as we bounded along, when a picture flashed and I dropped the rain. A black sea creek with snaky run slipping through low green leagues of sedge, an ebbing tide and a setting sun, a hut and a woman by the edge. Her back was bent and her wool was grey, the wrinkles lay close on the withered face. Children were buried and sold away. The freedom had come to the last of a race. She lived from a neighbour's hominy pot, and praised the Lord, if the pain passed by. From the earthen floor the smoke curled out, through shingles patched with the bright blue sky. "Aunt Phyllis, you live here all alone?" I asked, and pitied the grey old head. Sure as a child, in quiet tone, "Me and Jesus, massa," she said. I started, for all the place was aglow with a presence I had not seen before. The air was full of a music low, and the guest divine stood at the door. Aye, it was true that the Lord of life, who seeth the widow give her mite, had watched this slave in her weary strife, and shown himself to her longing sight. The hut and the dirt, the rags and the skin, the grovelling want and the darkened mind, I looked on this, but the Lord within, I would what he saw was in me to find. A childlike soul, whose faith had forced to see what the angels see in bliss. She lived, and the Lord lived, so of course they lived together. She knew but this. And the life that I had almost despised as something to pity, so poor and low, had already borne fruit that the Lord so prized he loved to come near and see it grow. No sorrow for her that life was done, a few more days of the hut's unrest, a little while longer to sit in the sun, then he would be host, and she would be guest. And up above, if an angel of light should stop on his errand of love some day to ask, "Who lives in the mansion bright?" "Me and Jesus," Aunt Phyllis will say. A fancy, foolish and fond, does it seem? And things are not as Aunt Phyllis's dream? Friend, surely so! For this I know, that our faiths are foolish by falling below, not coming above what God will show, that his commonest thing hides a wonder vast, to whose beauty our eyes have never passed, that his face in the present, or in the to be, outshines the best that we think we see. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ilka blade of grass kept its ain drap o' dew, by James Ballantyne, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Ilka blade of grass kept its ain drap o' dew. Confide ye aye in Providence, for Providence is kind, and bear ye life's changes with a calm and tranquil mind. Though pressed and hemmed on every side, hae faith and ye'll win through, for ilka blade of grass kept its ain drap o' dew. Gin reft frae friends or Christian love, as whiles nae doubt ye've been, grief lies deep hidden in your heart, or tears flow frae your een. Believe it for the best, and trow there's good in store for you, for ilka blade of grass kept its ain drap o' dew. In lang, lang days o' simmer, when the clear and cloudless sky refuses ae wee drap o' rain to nature parched and dry, the genial night, with balmy breath, gars verdure spring anew, and ilka blade of grass kept its ain drap o' dew. Say, lest mid fortune's sunshine we should feel our proud and high, and in our pride forget to wipe the tear frae poor tis e'e. Some wee dark clouds of sorrow come, we ken nae whence or who, but ilka blade of grass kept its ain drap o' dew. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Unchanging, from the German of Friedrich Martin von Bodenstedt, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. Unchanging. In early days methought that all must last, then I beheld all changing, dying, fleeting. But though my soul now grieves for much that's past, and changeful fortunes set my heart oft beating, I yet believe in mine that all will last, because the old in you I still am meeting. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. I hold still, from the German of Julius Sturm, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. I hold still. Pain's furnace heat within me quivers, God's breath upon the flame doth blow, and all my heart in anguish shivers, and trembles at the fiery glow. And yet I whisper, as God will, and in his hottest fire hold still. He comes and lays my heart, all heated, on the hard anvil, minded so, into his own fair shape to beat it, with his great hammer, blow on blow. And yet I whisper, as God will, and at his heaviest blows hold still. He takes my softened heart and beats it, the sparks fly off at every blow. He turns it o'er and heats it, and lets it cool and makes it glow. And yet I whisper, as God will, and in his mighty hand hold still. Why should I murmur for the sorrow? Thus only longer lived would be. Its end may come and will tomorrow, when God has done his work in me. So I say, trusting as God will, and trusting to the end, hold still. He kindles for my profit purely affliction's glowing fiery brand, and all his heaviest blows are surely inflicted by a master hand. So I say, praying, as God will, and hope in him, and suffer still. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Good Great Man by Samuel Taylor Coleridge, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Good Great Man. How seldom, friend, a good great man inherits honor or wealth with all his worth and pains. It sounds like stories from the land of spirits. If any man obtain that which he merits, or any merit that which he obtains. For shame, dear friend, renounce this canting strain. What wouldst thou have a good great man obtain? Place, titles, salary, a gilded chain, or throne of corses which his sword has slain? Greatness and goodness are not means, but ends. Hath he not always treasures, always friends, the good great man? 3 treasures, love and light, and calm thoughts, regular as infant's breath, and three firm friends, more sure than day and night, himself, his maker, and the angel Death. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
When My Ship Comes In, from Robert Jones Burdett, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. When my ship comes in. Somewhere out on the blue sea sailing, where the winds dance and spin, beyond the reach of my eager hailing over the breakers' din. Out where the dark storm clouds are lifting, out where the blinding fog is drifting, out where the treacherous sand is shifting, my ship is coming in. Oh, I have watched till my eyes were aching, day after weary day. Oh, I have hoped till my heart was breaking, while the long nights ebbed away. Could I but know where the waves had tossed her, could I but know what storms had crossed her, could I but know where the winds had lost her, out in the twilight gray. But though the storms her course have altered, surely the port she'll win. Never my faith in my ship has faltered, I know she is coming in. For through the restless ways of her roaming, through the mad rush of the wild waves foaming, through the white crest of the billows combing, my ship is coming in. Breasting the tides where the gulls are flying, swiftly she's coming in. Shallows and deeps and rocks defying, bravely she's coming in. Precious the love she will bring to bless me, snowy the arms she will bring to caress me, in the proud purple of kings she will dress me, my ship that is coming in. White in the sunshine her sails will be gleaming, see where my ship comes in. At masthead and peak her colors streaming, proudly she's sailing in. Love, hope, and joy on her decks are cheering. Music will welcome her glad appearing, and my heart will sing at her stately nearing, when my ship comes in. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Never Despair by William Smith O'Brien, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Never despair. These lines were sent to me by William Smith O'Brien the evening of Monday, October 8th, 1848, the day on which sentence of death was passed upon him. Thomas Francis Meagher, October 12, 1848. Never despair. Let the feeble in spirit bow like the willow that stoops to the blast. Droop not in peril. 'Tis manhood's true merit nobly to struggle and hope to the last. When by the sunshine of fortune forsaken, faint sinks the heart of the feeble with fear, stand like the oak of the forest, unshaken. Never despair, boys, oh, never despair. Never despair, though adversity rages, fiercely and fell as the surge on the shore, firm as the rock of the ocean for ages, stem the rude torrent till danger is o'er. Fate with its whirlwind our joys may all sever, true to ourselves we have nothing to fear. Be this our hope and our anchor forever. Never despair, boys, oh, never despair. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Saddest Fate by Anonymous, From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The saddest fate. To touch a broken lute, to strike a jangled string, to strive with tones forever mute, the dear old tunes to sing. What sadder fate could any heart befall? Alas, dear child, never to sing at all. To sigh for pleasures flown, to weep for withered flowers, to count the blessings we have known, lost with the vanished hours. What sadder fate could any heart befall? Alas, dear child, never to have known them all. To dream of love and rest, to know the dream has passed, to bear within an aching breast only a void at last. What sadder fate could any heart befall? Alas, dear child, never to have loved at all. To trust an unknown good, to hope, but all in vain, over a far-off bliss to brood, only to find it pain. What sadder fate could any soul befall? Alas, dear child, never to hope at all. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Song of the Savoyards by Henry Ames Blood. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Song of the Savoyards. Far poured past Broadway's lamps alight the tumult of her motley throng, when high and clear upon the night rose an inspiring song, and rang above the city's din to sound of harp and violin, a simple but a manly strain, and ending with the brave refrain, Courage, courage, mon camarade. And now where rose that song of cheer, both old and young stood still for joy, or from the windows hung to hear the children of Savoy. And many an eye with rapture glowed, and saddest hearts forgot their load, and feeble souls grew strong again, so stirring was the brave refrain, Courage, courage, mon camarade. Alone, with only silence there, awaiting his life's welcome close, a sick man lay, when on the air that clarion arose. So sweet the thrilling cadence rang, it seemed to him an angel sang, and sang to him, and he would fain have died upon that heavenly strain. Courage, courage, mon camarade. A sorrow-stricken man and wife, with nothing left them but to pray, heard streaming over their sad life that grand heroic lay. And through the mist of happy tears they saw the promise-laden years, and in their joy they sang again, and caroled high the fond refrain, Courage, courage, mon camarade. Two artists, in the cloud of gloom which hung upon their hopes deferred, resounding through their garret room that noble chanson heard, and as the night before the day their weak misgivings fled away, and with the burden of the strain they made their studio ring again, Courage, courage, mon camarade. Two poets, who in patience wrought the glory of an after-time, lords of an age which knew them not, heard rise that lofty rhyme, and on their hearts it fell, as falls the sunshine upon prison walls, and one caught up the magic strain, and to the other sang again, Courage, courage, mon camarade. And unto one who, tired of breath, and day and night and name and fame, held to his lips a glass of death, that song a Saviour came, beseeching him from his despair, as with the passion of a prayer, and kindling in his heart and brain the valour of its blessed refrain, Courage, courage, mon camarade. O thou with earthly ills beset, call to thy lips those words of joy, and never in thy life forget the brave song of Savoy. For those dear words may have the power to cheer thee in thy darkest hour. The memory of that loved refrain bring gladness to thy heart again. Courage, courage, mon camarade. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Life by Barry Waller Proctor, Barry Cornwell. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. Life. We are born, we laugh, we weep, we love, we droop, we die. Ah, wherefore do we laugh or weep? Why do we live or die? Who knows that secret deep? Alas, not I. Why doth the violet spring unseen by human eye? Why do the radiant seasons bring sweet thoughts that quickly fly? Why do our fond hearts cling to things that die? We toil through pain and wrong, we fight and fly, we love, we lose, and then, ere long, stone dead we lie. O life, is all thy song endure and die? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Soliloquy on Death from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1 by William Shakespeare. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. Soliloquy on Death from Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Hamlet. To be or not to be, that is the question, whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and, by opposing, end them? To die, to sleep, no more, and, by a sleep, to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub, for in that sleep of death what dreams may come, when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life, for who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pains of despised love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin? Who would fardels bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country, from whose bourne no traveller returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have than fly to others that we know not of. Thus conscience does make cowards of us all, and thus the native view of resolution is sick-light o'er with the pale cast of thought, and enterprises of great pith and moment, with this regard, their currents turn awry and lose the name of action. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sic Vita by Henry King. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Sic Vita. claimed for Francis Beaumont by some authorities. Like to the falling of a star, or as the flights of eagles are, or like the fresh spring's gaudy hue, or silver drops of morning dew, or like a wind that chafes the flood, or bubbles which on water stood, even such is man, whose borrowed light is straight called in and paid to night. The wind blows out, the bubble dies, the spring entombed in autumn lies, the dew dries up, the star is shot, the flight is past, and man forgot. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Death the Leveler by James Shirley. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian. Death the Leveler. These verses are said to have chilled the heart of Oliver Cromwell. The glories of our blood and state are shadows, not substantial things. There is no armor against fate. Death lays his icy hands on kings. Sceptre and crown must tumble down, and in the dust be equal made with the poor crooked scythe and spade. Some men with swords may reap the field, and plant fresh laurels where they kill, but their strong nerves at last must yield. They tame but one another still. Early or late they stoop to fate, and must give up their murmuring breath, when they, pale captives, creep to death. The garlands wither on your brow, then boast no more your mighty deeds. Upon death's purple altar now, see where the victim bleeds. Your heads must come to the cold tomb, only the actions of the just smell sweet and blossom in their dust. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Virtue Immortal by George Herbert. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. Virtue Immortal. Sweet day, so cool, so calm, so bright, the bridal of the earth and sky. The dew shall weep thy fall to-night, for thou must die. Sweet rose, whose hue, angry and brave, bids the rash gazer wipe his eye, thy root is ever in its grave, and all must die. Sweet spring, full of sweet days and roses, a box where sweets compacted lie, thy music shows ye have your closes, and all must die. Only a sweet and virtuous soul, like seasoned timber, never gives, but though the whole world turn to coal, then chiefly lives. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Man's Mortality by Simon Westell. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian. Man's Mortality. Like as the damask rose you see, or like the blossom on the tree, or like the dainty flower in May, or like the morning of the day, or like the sun, or like the shade, or like the gourd which Jonas had, even such is man, whose thread is spun, drawn out and cut, and so is done. The rose withers, the blossom blasteth, the flower fades, the morning hasteth, the sun sets, the shadow flies, the gourd consumes, and man he dies. like to the grass that's newly sprung, or like a tale that's new begun, or like the bird that's here today, or like the pearl dew of May, or like an hour, or like a span, or like the singing of a swan, even such is man, who lives by breath, is here, now there, in life and death. The grass withers, the tale is ended, the bird is flown, the dew's ascended, the hour is short, the span is long, the swan's near death, man's life is done. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mortality by William Knox, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Mortality. Oh, why should the spirit of mortal be proud? Like a fast flitting meteor, a fast flying cloud, a flash of the lightning, a break of the wave, he passes from life to his rest in the grave. The leaves of the oak and the willow shall fade, be scattered around and together be laid, and the young and the old, and the low and the high, shall moulder to dust and together shall lie. The child that a mother attended and loved, the mother that infant's affection that proved, the husband that mother and infant that blessed, each all are away to their dwelling of rest. The maid on whose cheek, on whose brow, in whose eye shone beauty and pleasure, her triumphs are by, and the memory of those that beloved her and praised are alike from the minds of the living erased. The hand of the king that the sceptre hath borne, the brow of the priest that the mitre hath worn, the eye of the sage, and the heart of the brave are hidden and lost in the depth of the grave. The peasant whose lot was to sow and to reap, the herdsman who climbed with his goats to the steep, the beggar that wandered in search of his bread, have faded away like the grass that we tread. The saint that enjoyed the communion of heaven, the sinner that dared to remain unforgiven, the wise and the foolish, the guilty and just, have quietly mingled their bones in the dust. So the multitude goes like the flower and the weed, that wither away to let others succeed. So the multitude comes, even those we behold, to repeat every tale that has often been told. For we are the same that our fathers have been, we see the same sights that our fathers have seen, we drink the same stream, and we feel the same sun, and we run the same course that our fathers have run. The thoughts we are thinking, our fathers would think. From the death we are shrinking from, they too would shrink. To the life we are clinging to, they too would cling, but it speeds from the earth like a bird on the wing. They loved, but their story we cannot unfold. They scorned, but the heart of the haughty is cold. They grieved, but no wail from their slumbers may come. They joyed, but the voice of their gladness is dumb. They died, aye, they died, and we things that are now, who walk on the turf that lies over their brow, who make in their dwellings a transient abode, meet the changes they met on their pilgrimage road. Yea, hope and despondence, and pleasure and pain, are mingled together like sunshine and rain, and the smile and the tear, and the song and the dirge, still follow each other like surge upon surge. 'Tis the wink of an eye, 'tis the draught of a breath, from the blossom of health to the paleness of death, from the gilded saloon to the bier and the shroud. Why should the spirit of mortal be proud? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Hour of Death, from Felicia Dorothea Hemans, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. The Hour of Death. Leaves have their time to fall, and flowers to wither at the north wind's breath, and stars to set, but all, thou hast all seasons for thine own, O Death. Day is for mortal care, eve for glad meetings round the joyous hearth, night for the dreams of sleep, the voice of prayer, but all for thee, thou mightiest of the earth. The banquet hath its hour, its feverish hour of mirth and song and wine. There comes a day of grief's overwhelming power, a time for softer tears, but all are thine. Youth and the opening rose may look like things too glorious for decay, and smile at thee, but thou art not of those that wait the ripened bloom to seize their prey. Leaves have their time to fall, and flowers to wither at the north wind's breath, and stars to set, but thou hast all seasons for thine own, O Death. We know when moons shall wane, when summer birds from far shall cross the sea, when autumn's hue shall tinge the golden grain, but who shall teach us when to look for thee? Is it when spring's first gale comes forth to whisper where the violets lie? Is it when roses in our paths grow pale? They have one season, all are ours to die. Thou art where billows foam, thou art where music melts upon the air, thou art around us in our peaceful home, and the world calls us forth, and thou art there. Thou art where friend meets friend, beneath the shadow of the elm to rest. Thou art where foe meets foe, and trumpets rend the skies, and swords beat down the princely crest. Leaves have their time to fall, and flowers to wither at the north wind's breath, and stars to set, but thou hast all seasons for thine own, O Death. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Term of Death by Sarah Morgan Bryan Pyatt. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Lian. The Term of Death. Between the falling leaf and rosebud's breath, the bird's forsaken nest and her new song, and this is all the time there is for death, the worm and butterfly, it is not long. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Picture of Death from The Giaour by Lord Byron. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. A Picture of Death from The Giaour. He who hath bent him o'er the dead, ere the first day of death is fled, the first dark day of nothingness, the last of danger and distress, before decay's effacing fingers have swept the lines where beauty lingers, and marked the mild angelic air, the rapture of repose that's there, the fixed yet tender traits that streak the languor of the placid cheek, and, but for that sad shrouded eye, that fires not, wins not, weeps not now, and but for that chill, changeless brow, where cold obstruction's apathy appels the gazing mourner's heart, as if to him it could impart the doom he dreads, yet dwells upon. Yes, but for these and these alone. Some moments on treacherous hour, he still might doubt the tyrant's power. So fair, so calm, so softly sealed, the first, last look by death revealed. Such is the aspect of this shore. 'Tis Greece, but living Greece no more. So coldly sweet, so deadly fair, we start, for soul is wanting there. Hers is the loveliness in death, that parts not quite with parting breath, but beauty with that fearful bloom, that hue which haunts it to the tomb. Expression's last receding ray, a gilded halo hovering round decay. The farewell beam of feeling passed away, spark of that flame, perchance of heavenly birth, which gleams, but warms no more its cherished earth. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Two Mysteries by Mary Mapes Dodge, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Two Mysteries. In the middle of the room, in its white coffin, lay the dead child, the nephew of the poet. Near it, in a great chair, sat Walt Whitman, surrounded by little ones, and holding a beautiful little girl on his lap. She looked wonderingly at the spectacle of death, and then inquiringly into the old man's face. "You don't know what it is, do you, my dear?" said he, and added, "We don't either." "We know not what it is, dear, this sleep so deep and still, the folded hands, the awful calm, the cheek so pale and chill, the lids that will not lift again, though we may call and call, the strange white solitude of peace that settles over all. We know not what it means, dear, this desolate heart pain, this dread to take our daily way, and walk in it again. We know not to what other sphere the loved who leave us go, nor why we're left to wonder still, nor why we do not know. But this we know, our loved and dead, if they should come this day, should come and ask us, what is life? Not one of us could say. Life is a mystery, as deep as ever death can be, yet, oh, how dear it is to us, this life we live and see. Then might they say, these vanished ones, and blessed is the thought, so death is sweet to us, beloved, though we may show you not. We may not to the quick reveal the mystery of death. Ye cannot tell us, if ye would, the mystery of breath. The child who enters life comes not with knowledge or intent, so those who enter death must go as little children sent. Nothing is known, but I believe that God is overhead, and as life is to the living, so death is to the dead. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Thanatopsis by William Cullen Bryant, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Lian. Thanatopsis. To him who, in the love of nature, holds communion with her visible forms, she speaks a various language. For his grayer hours she has a voice of gladness, and a smile and eloquence of beauty, and she glides into his darker musings with a mild and healing sympathy that steals away their sharpness ere he is aware, when thoughts of the last bitter hour come like a blight over thy spirit, and sad images of the stern agony, and shroud, and pall, and breathless darkness, and the narrow house, make thee to shudder and grow sick at heart. Go forth under the open sky, and list to nature's teachings, while from all ground, earth and her waters, and the depths of air, comes a still voice. Yet a few days, and thee the all-beholding sun shall see no more in all his course, nor yet in the cold ground, where thy pale form was laid, with many tears. Nor in the embrace of ocean shall exist thy image. Earth, that nourished thee, shall claim thy growth to be resolved to earth again. And, lost each human trace, surrendering up thine individual being, shalt thou go to mix forever with the elements, to be a brother to the insensible rock, and to the sluggish clod, which the rude swain turns with his share, and threads upon. The oak shall send his roots abroad, and pierce thy mould. Yet not to thine eternal resting place shalt thou retire alone, nor couldst the which couch more magnificent. Thou shalt lie down with patriarchs of the infant world, with kings, the powerful of the earth, the wise, the good, fair forms, and hoary seers of ages past, all in one mighty sepulchre. The hills, rock-ribbed, and the ancient as the sun, the vales stretching in pensive quietness between, the venerable woods, rivers that move in majesty, and the complaining brooks that make the meadows green, and poured round all old ocean's gray and melancholy waste, are but the solemn decorations all of the great tomb of man. The golden sun, the planets, all the infinite host of heaven, are shining on the sad abodes of death. Through the still lapse of ages, all that thread the globe are but handful to the tribes that slumber in its bosom. Take the wings of morning, pierce the Barcan wilderness, or lose thyself in the continuous woods, where rolls the Oregon, and hears no sound save his own dashings, yet the dead are there, and millions in those solitudes, since first the flight of years began, have laid them down in their last sleep. The dead reign there alone. So shalt thou rest, and what if thou withdraw in silence from the living, and no friend take note of thy departure? All that breathe will share thy destiny. The gay will laugh when thou art gone, the solemn brood of care plod on, and each one, as before, will chase his favorite phantom. Yet all these shall leave their mirth and their employments, and shall come and make their bed with thee. As the long train of ages glide away, the sons of men, the youth in life's green spring, and he who goes in the full strength of years, matron and maid, and the sweet babe, and the gray-headed man, shall one by one be gathered to thy side by those who in their turn shall follow them. So live, that when thy summons comes to join the innumerable caravan that moves to the pale realms of shade, where each shall take his chamber in the silent halls of death, thou go not, like the quarry slave at night, scourged to his dungeon, but sustained and soothed by an unfaltering trust, approach thy grave like one who wraps the drapery of his conch about him, and lies down to pleasant dreams. End of poem. This recording is in a public domain.
A Morning Thought by Edward Rowland Sill, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. A Morning Thought. What if some morning, when the stars were paling, and the dawn whitened and the east was clear, strange peace and rest fell on me from the presence of a benignant spirit standing near, and I should tell him as he stood beside me, "This is our earth, most friendly earth and fair. Daily its sea and shore through sun and shadow, faithful it turns, robed in its azure air. There is blessed living here, loving and serving, and quest of truth and serene friendship dear. But stay not, spirit, earth has one destroyer, his name is Death, flee lest he find thee here. And what if then, while the still morning brightened, and freshened in the elm the summer's breath, should gravely smile on me the gentle angel, and take my hand and say, my name is Death. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Now and Afterwards by Dinah Maria Mullock-Craig. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Lian. Now and afterwards. 2 hands upon the breast, and labor is past. Russian proverb. 2 hands upon the breast, and labor's done. 2 pale feet crossed in rest, the race is won. 2 eyes with coin weights shut, and all tears cease. 2 lips where grief is mute, anger at peace. So pray we oftentimes, mourning our lot. God in his kindness answereth not. 2 hands to work at rest, eye for his praise. 2 feet that never rest, walking his ways. 2 eyes that look above, through all their tears. 2 lips still breathing love, not wrath nor fears. So pray we afterwards, low on our knees, pardon those erring prayers, Father, hear these. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Grave of Sophocles, from the Greek of Samius, translated by William M. Hodinge. The grave of Sophocles. Tenderly, ivy, on Sophocles' grave, right tenderly twine, garlanding over the mound network of delicate green. Everywhere flourished the flower of the rose, and the clustering vine pour out its branches around, wet with their glistering sheen. All for the sake of the wisdom and grace it was his to combine, priest of the gay and profound, sweetest of singers terrene. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Inscription on Melrose Abbey by Anonymous, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. Inscription on Melrose Abbey. The earth goes on the earth, glittering in gold. The earth goes to the earth sooner than it wold. The earth builds on the earth castles and towers. The earth says to the earth, all this is ours. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On the Tombs in Westminster Abbey by Francis Beaumont, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. On the Tombs in Westminster Abbey. Mortality, behold and fear what a change of flesh is here. Think how many royal bones sleep within these heaps of stones. Here they lie, had realms and lands, who now want strength to stir their hands, where from their pulpits sealed with dust they preach, in greatness is no trust. Here is an acre sown indeed with the richest royalist seed that the earth did e'er suck in since the first man died for sin. Here the bones of birth have cried, though gods they were, as men they died. Here are sands, ignoble things, dropped from the ruined sides of kings. Here's a world of pomp and state, buried in dust, once dead by fate. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Elegy Written in a Country Churchyard by Thomas Gray, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Elegy Written in a Country Churchyard. The curfew tolls the knell of parting day, the lowing herd winds slowly o'er the lea. The ploughman homeward plods his weary way, and leaves the world to darkness and to me. Now fades the glimmering landscape on the sight, and all the air a solemn stillness holds, save where the beetle wheels his droning flight, and drowsy tinklings lull the distant folds. Save that, from yonder ivy-mantled tower, the moping owl does to the moon complain of such as, wandering near her secret bower, molest her ancient solitary reign. Hark! How the holy calm that breathes around bids every fierce tumultuous passion cease, in still small accents whispering from the ground the grateful earnest of eternal peace. Beneath those rugged elms, that yew tree's shade, where heaves the turf in many a mouldering heap, each in his narrow cell forever laid, the rude forefathers of the hamlet sleep. The breezy call of incense-breathing morn, the swallow twittering from the straw-built shed, the cock's shrill clarion, or the echoing horn, no more shall rouse them from their lowly bed. For them no more the blazing hearth shall burn, or busy housewife ply her evening care. No children run to lisp their sire's return, or climb his knees the envied kiss to share. Oft did the harvest to their sickle yield, their furrow oft the stubborn glebe has broke. How jocund did they drive their team afield, how bowed the woods beneath their sturdy stroke. Let not ambition mock their useful toil, their homely joys and destiny obscure, nor grandeur hear with a disdainful smile the short and simple annals of the poor. The boast of heraldry, the pomp of power, and all that beauty, all that wealth e'er gave, awaits alike the inevitable hour, the paths of glory lead but to the grave. Nor you, ye proud, impute to these the fault, if memory o'er their tomb no trophies raise, where, through the long-drawn aisle and fretted vault, the pealing anthem swells the note of praise. Can storied urn or animated bust back to its mansion call the fleeting breath? Can honor's voice provoke the silent dust, or flattery soothe the dull, cold ear of death? Perhaps in this neglected spot is laid some heart once pregnant with celestial fire, hands that the rod of empire might have swayed, or waked to ecstasy the living lyre. But knowledge to their eyes her ample page, rich with the spoils of time, did near unroll. Chill penury repressed their noble rage, and froze the genial current of the soul. Full many a gem of purest ray serene, the dark unfathomed caves of ocean bear, full many a flower is born to blush unseen, and waste its sweetness on the desert air. Some village Hampden, that, with dauntless breast, the little tyrant of his fields withstood, some mute and glorious Milton here may rest, some Cromwell, guiltless of his country's blood. The applause of listening senates to command, the threats of pain and ruin to despise, to scatter plenty o'er a smiling land, and read their history in a nation's eyes. Their lot forbade, nor circumscribed alone their growing virtues, but their crimes confined, forbade to wade through slaughter to a throne, and shut the gates of mercy on mankind. the struggling pangs of conscious truth to hide, to quench the blushes of ingenuous shame, or heap the shrine of luxury and pride with incense kindled at the muse's flame. Far from the madding crowd's ignoble strife, their sober wishes never learned to stray. Along the cool sequestered vale of life they kept the noiseless tenor of their way. Yet even these bones from insult to protect, some frail memorial still erected nigh, with uncouth rhymes and shapeless sculpture decked, implores the passing tribute of a sigh. Their name, their years, spelt by the unlettered muse, the place of fame and elegy supply, and many a holy text around she strews, that teach the rustic moralist to die. For who, to dumb forgetfulness a prey, this pleasing anxious being ere resigned, left the warm precincts of the cheerful day, nor cast one longing, lingering look behind? On some fond breast the parting soul relies, some pious drops the closing eye requires. E'en from the tomb the voice of nature cries, e'en in our ashes live their wonted fires. For thee, who, mindful of the unhonored dead, dost in these lines their artless tale relate, if chance, by lonely contemplation led, some kindred spirit shall inquire thy fate, haply some hoary-headed swain may say, "Oft have we seen him at the peep of dawn, brushing with hasty steps the dews away, to meet the sun upon the upland lawn. There at the foot of yonder nodding beech, that wreathes its old, fantastic roots so high, his listless length at noontide would he stretch, and pore upon the brook that babbles by. Hard by yon wood, now smiling as in scorn, muttering his wayward fancies he would rove, now drooping, woeful wan, like one forlorn, or crazed with care, or crossed in hopeless love. One morn I missed him on the customed hill, along the heath, and near his favourite tree. Another came, nor yet beside the rill, nor up the lawn, nor at the wood was he. The next, with dirges due in sad array, slow through the churchway path we saw him borne. Approach and read, for thou canst read the lay graved on the stone beneath yon aged thorn. The Epitaph. Here rests his head upon the lap of earth, a youth to fortune and to fame unknown. Fair science frowned not on his humble birth, and melancholy marked him for her own. Large was his bounty, and his soul sincere, heaven did a recompense as largely send. He gave to misery all he had, a tear, he gained from heaven, 'twas all he wished, a friend. No farther seek his merits to disclose, or draw his frailties from their dread abode, there they alike in trembling hope repose, the bosom of his Father and his God. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
God's Acre by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Lian. God's Acre. I like that ancient Saxon phrase which calls the burial ground God's acre. It is just. It consecrates each grave within its walls, and breathes a benison over the sleeping dust. God's acre. Yes, that blessed name imparts comfort to those who in the grave have sown the seed that they had garnered in their hearts. Their bread of life, alas! no more their own. Into its furrows shall we all be cast, in the sure faith that we shall rise again. At the great harvest, when the archangel's blast shall winnow, like a fan, the chaff and grain. Then shall the good stand in immortal bloom in the fair gardens of that second birth, and each bright blossom mingle its perfume with that of flowers which never bloomed on earth. With thy rude plowshare, Death, turn up the sod, and spread the furrow for the seed we sow. This is the field and acre of our God. This is the place where human harvests grow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sleepy Hollow by William Ellery Channing, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Sleepy Hollow. No abbey's gloom, nor dark cathedral stoops, no winding torches paint the midnight air. Here the green pines delight, the aspen droops along the modest pathways, and those fair pale asters of the season spread their plumes around this field, fit garden for our tombs. And shalt thou pause to hear some funeral bell slow stealing o'er thy heart in this calm place, not with a throb of pain, a feverish knell, but in its kind and supplicating grace, it says, Go, pilgrim, on thy march, be more friend to the friendless than thou wast before. Learn from the loved one's rest serenity. Tomorrow that soft bell for thee shall sound, and thou repose beneath the whispering tree, one tribute more to this submissive ground. Prison thy soul from malice, bar out pride, nor these pale flowers, nor this still field deride. Rather to those ascents of being turn, where a near setting sun illumes the year eternal, and the incessant watch-fires burn of unspent holiness and goodness clear. Forget man's littleness, deserve the best, God's mercy in thy thought and life confessed. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Quaker Graveyard by Silas Weir Mitchell, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Quaker Graveyard. 4 straight brick walls, severely plain, a quiet city square surround, a levelled space of nameless graves, the Quakers' burial ground. In gown of grey or coat of drab, they trod the common ways of life, with passions held in sternest leash, and hearts that knew not strife. To yon grim meeting-house they fared, with thoughts as sober as their speech, to voiceless prayer, to songless praise, to hear the elders preach. Through quiet length of days they came, with scarce a change to this repose. Of all life's loveliness they took the thorn without the rose. But in the porch and over the graves, glad rings the southward robin's glee, and sparrows fill the autumn air with merry mutiny. While on the graves of drab and grey the red and gold of autumn lie, and wilful nature decks the sod in gentlest mockery. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Greenwood Cemetery by Cramen Kennedy, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Lian. Greenwood Cemetery. How calm they sleep beneath the shade, who once were weary of the strife, and bent like us beneath the load of human life. The willow hangs with sheltering grace and benediction over their sod, and nature, hushed, assures the soul they rest in God. O weary hearts, what rest is here from all that curses yonder town! So deep the peace, I almost long to lay me down. For oh, it will be blessed to sleep, nor dream nor move that silent night, till wakened in immortal strength and heavenly light. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Dead by Mathilde Blind, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. The Dead. The dead abide with us, though stark and cold. Earth seems to grip them, they are with us still. They have forget our chains of being for good or ill, and their invisible hands these hands yet hold. Our perishable bodies are the mold in which their strong imperishable will mortality's deep yearning to fulfill hath grown incorporate through dim time untold. Vibrations infinite of life and death, as a star's traveling light survives its star. So may we hold our lives, that when we are the fate of those who then will draw this breath, they shall not drag us to their judgment bar, and curse the heritage which we bequeath. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. On a Grave at Grindelwald by Frederick William Henry Myers, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. On a Grave at Grindelwald. Here let us leave him, for his shroud the snow. For funeral lamps he has the planets 7. For a great sign the icy stair shall go between the heights to heaven. One moment stood he as the angels stand, high in the stainless eminence of air. The next he was not to his fatherland, translated unaware. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Emigrant Lassie by John Stuart Blackie, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Emigrant Lassie. As I came wandering down Glen Spean, where the braes are green and grassy, with my light step I overtook a weary-footed lassie. She had one bundle on her back, another in her hand, and she walked as one who was full loth to travel from the land. Quoth I, my bonny lass, for she had hair of flowing gold, and dark brown eyes, and dainty limbs, right pleasant to behold. My bonny lass, what aileth thee on this bright summer day, to travel sad and shoeless thus upon the stony way? I'm fresh and strong and stoutly shod, and thou art burdened so. March lightly now, and let me bear the bundles as we go. No, no, she said, that may not be, what's mine is mine to bear. Of good or ill, as God may will, I take my portion share. But you have two, and I have none, one burden give to me. I'll take that bundle from thy back, that heavier seems to be. No, no, she said, this, if you will, that holds. No hand but mine may bear its weight from dear Glen Spean across the Atlantic brine. Well, well, but tell me what may be within that precious load, which thou dost bear with such fine care along the dusty road. Belike it is some present rare from friend in parting hour. Perhaps, as prudent maidens wont, thou tak'st with thee thy dower. She drooped her head, and with her hand she gave a mournful wave. Oh, do not jest, dear sir, it is turf from my mother's grave. I spoke no word, we sat and wept by the roadside together. No purer dew on that bright day was dropped upon the heather. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Old Sexton by Park Benjamin, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Lien. The Old Sexton. Nigh to a grave that was newly made, leaned a sexton old on his earth-worn spade. His work was done, and he paused to wait the funeral train at the open gate. A relic of bygone days was he, and his locks were white as the foamy sea. And these words came from his lips so thin, I gather them in, I gather them in. I gather them in, for man and boy, year after year of grief and joy, have builded the houses that lie around, in every nook of this burial ground. Mother and daughter, father and son, come to my solitude, one by one, but come they strangers, or come they kin, I gather them in, I gather them in. Many are with me, but still I am alone. I'm king of the dead, and I make my throne on a monument slab of marble cold, and my sceptre of rule is the spade I hold. Come they from cottage, or come they from hall, mankind are my subjects, all. Let them loiter in pleasure, or toilfully spin, I gather them in, I gather them in. I gather them in, and their final rest is here, down here, in earth's dark breast. And the sexton ceased for the funeral train, wound mutely over that solemn plain. And I said to my heart, when time is told, a mightier voice than that sexton's old will sound over the last trump's dreadful din, I gather them in, I gather them in. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The First Snowfall by James Russell Lowell, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The First Snowfall. The snow had begun in the gloaming, and busily all the night had been heaping field and highway with a silence deep and white. Every pine and fir and hemlock wore ermine too dear for an earl, and the poorest twig on the elm tree was ridged inch deep with pearl. From sheds new roofed with Carrara came Chanticleer's muffled crow, the stiff rails were softened to swan's down, and still fluttered down the snow. I stood and watched by the window the noiseless work of the sky, and the sudden flurries of snowbirds, like brown leaves whirling by. I thought of a mound in sweet Auburn, where a little headstone stood, how the flakes were folding it gently, as did robins the babes in the wood. Up spoke our own little Mabel, saying, "Father, who makes it snow?" And I told of the good All-Father, who cares for us here below. Again I looked at the snowfall, and thought of the leaden sky that arched over our first great sorrow, when that mound was heaped so high. I remember the gradual patience that fell from that cloud like snow, flake by flake, healing and hiding the scar of our deep-plunged woe. And again to the child I whispered, "The snow that husheth all, darling, the merciful Father alone can make it fall." Then with eyes that saw not I kissed her, and she, kissing back, could not know that my kiss was given to her sister, folded close under deepening snow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Morning Glory, from Maria White Lowell, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. The Morning Glory. We wreathed about our darling's head the morning glory bright. Her little face looked out beneath, so full of life and light, so lit as with a sunrise, that we could only say, "She is the morning glory true, and her poor types are they." So always from that happy time we called her by their name, and very fitting did it seem, for sure as morning came, behind her cradle bars she smiled to catch the first faint ray, as from the trellis smiles the flower and opens to the day. but not so beautiful they rear their airy cups of blue, as turned her sweet eyes to the light, brimmed with sleep's tender dew, and not so close their tendrils fine round their supports are thrown, as those dear arms whose outstretched plea clasped all hearts to her own. We used to think how she had come, even as comes the flower, the last and perfect added gift to crown love's morning hour, and how in her was imaged forth the love we could not say, as on the little dewdrops round shines back the heart of day. We never could have thought, O God, that she must wither up almost before a day was flown, like the morning glory's cup. We never thought to see her droop, her fair and noble head, till she lay stretched before our eyes, wilted and cold and dead. The morning glories blossoming will soon be coming round. We see their rows of heart-shaped leaves upspringing from the ground. The tender things the winter killed renew again their birth, but the glory of our morning has passed away from earth. Earth, in vain our aching eyes stretch over thy green plain. Too harsh thy dews, too gross thine air, her spirit to sustain. But up in groves of paradise full surely we shall see our morning glory beautiful twine round our dear Lord's knee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Widow's Mite by Frederick Locker Lamson. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Widow's Mite. A widow, she had only one, a puny and decrepit son, but day and night, though fretful oft, and weak and small, a loving child, he was her all. The Widow's Mite. The widow's mite, aye, so sustained, she battled onward, nor complained, though friends were fewer. And while she toiled for daily fare, a little crutch upon the stair was music to her. I saw her then, and now I see that, though resigned and cheerful, she has sorrowed much. She has, he gave it tenderly, much faith, and carefully laid by the little crutch. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Are the Children at Home by Margaret E. M. Sangster. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. Are the children at home? Each day, when the glow of sunset fades in the western sky, and the wee ones, tired of playing, go tripping lightly by, I steal away from my husband, asleep in his easy chair, and watch from the open doorway their faces fresh and fair. Alone in the dear old homestead that once was full of life, ringing with girlish laughter, echoing boyish strife, we two are waiting together, and oft as the shadows come, with tremulous voice he calls me. It is night, are the children home? Yes, love, I answer him gently. They're all home long ago. And I sing in my quivering treble a song so soft and low, till the old man drops to slumber, with his head upon his hand, and I tell to myself the number, at home in the better land. At home, where never a sorrow shall dim their eyes with tears, where the smile of God is on them through all the summer years. I know, yet my arms are empty, that fondly folded seven, and the mother heart within me is almost starved for heaven. Sometimes in the dusk of evening I only shut my eyes, and the children are all about me, a vision from the skies. The babes whose dimpled fingers lost the way to my breast, and the beautiful ones, the angels, passed to the world of the blessed. With never a cloud upon them, I see their radiant brows, my boys that I gave to freedom, the red sword sealed their vows. In a tangled southern forest, twin brothers bold and brave, they fell, and the flag they died for, thank God, floats over their grave. A breath, and the vision is lifted, away on wings of light, and again we two are together, all alone in the night. They tell me his mind is failing, but I smile at idle fears. He is only back with the children in the dear and peaceful years. And still, as the summer sunset fades away in the west, and the wee ones, tired of playing, go trooping home to rest, my husband calls from his corner, "Say, love, have the children come?" And I answer with eyes uplifted, "Yes, dear, they are all at home." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Jim's Kids by Eugene Field, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Jim's Kids. Jim was a fisherman, up on the hill, over the beach lived he and his wife, in a little house, you can see it still, and their two fair boys. Upon my life you never seen two likelier kids, in spite of their antics and tricks and noise, than them two boys. Jim would go out in his boat on the sea, just as the rest of us fishermen did, and when he came back at night there'd be, up to his knees in the surf, each kid, beckoning and cheering to Fisherman Jim. He'd hear 'em, you bet, above the roar of the waves on the shore. But one night Jim came a-sailing home, and the little kids weren't on the sands. Jim kinder wondered they hadn't come, and a trembling took hold o' his knees and hands, and he learnt the worst up on the hill, in the little house, and he bowed his head. The fever, they said. 'Twas an awful time for Fisherman Jim, with them darlings a-dying afore his eyes. They kep' a-calling and beckoning him, for they kinder wondered in mind. Their cries were about the waves, and Fisherman Jim, and the little boat a-sailing for shore, till they spoke no more. Well, Fisherman Jim lived on, and his hair grew white, and the wrinkles came, but he never smiled, and his heart seemed gone. And he never was heard to speak the name of the little kids who were buried there, upon the hill in sight of the sea, under a willow tree. One night they came and told me to haste to the house on the hill, for Jim was sick, and they said I hadn't no time to waste, for his tide was ebbing powerful quick, and he seemed to be wandering and crazy like, and a-seeing sights he oughtn't to see, and had called for me. And Fisherman Jim says he to me, "It's my last cruise, you understand. I'm sailing a dark and dreadful sea, but off on the farther shore, on the sand, are the kids, who's a-beckoning and calling my name, just as they did, oh, mate, you know, in the long ago." No, sir, he wasn't afeard to die, for all that night he seemed to see his little boys of the years gone by, and to hear sweet voices forgot by me, and just as the morning sun came up, they're a holding me by the hands," he cried, and so he died. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The May Queen by Alfred Lord Tennyson, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. The May Queen. You must wake and call me early, mother dear. Tomorrow will be the happiest time of all the glad new year. Of all the glad new year, mother, the maddest, merriest day. For I'm to be queen of the May, mother, I'm to be queen of the May. There's many a black, black eye, they say, but none so bright as mine. There's Margaret and Mary, there's Kate and Caroline, but none so fair as little Alice in all the land, they say. So I'm to be queen of the May, mother, I'm to be queen of the May. I sleep so sound all night, mother, that I shall never wake, if you do not call me loud when the day begins to break. But I must gather knots of flowers and buds and garlands gay, for I'm to be queen of the May, mother, I'm to be queen of the May. As I came up the valley, whom think ye should I see, but Robin leaning on the bridge beneath the hazel tree? He thought of that sharp look, mother, I gave him yesterday. But I'm to be queen of the May, mother, I'm to be queen of the May. He thought I was a ghost, mother, for I was all in white, and I ran by him without speaking, like a flash of light. They call me cruel-hearted, but I care not what they say, for I'm to be queen of the May, mother, I'm to be queen of the May. They say he's dying all for love, but that can never be. They say his heart is breaking, mother, what is that to me? There's many a bolder lad will woo me any summer day, and I'm to be queen of the May, mother, I'm to be queen of the May. Little Effie shall go with me tomorrow to the green, and you'll be there too, mother, to see me made the queen. For the shepherds' lads on every side'll come from far away, and I'm to be queen of the May, mother, I'm to be queen of the May. The honeysuckle round the porch has woven its wavy bowers, and by the meadow trenches blow the faint sweet cuckoo flowers. And the wild marsh marigold shines like fire in swamps and hollows gray, and I'm to be queen of the May, mother, I'm to be queen of the May. The night winds come and go, mother, upon the meadow grass, and the happy stars above them seem to brighten as they pass. There will not be a drop of rain the whole of the livelong day, and I'm to be queen of the May, mother, I'm to be queen of the May. All the valley, mother, will be fresh and green and still, and the cowslip and the crowfoot are over all the hill, and the rivulet in the flowery dale will merrily glance and play, for I'm to be queen of the May, mother, I'm to be queen of the May. So you must wake and call me early, mother dear. Tomorrow'll be the happiest time of all the glad new year. Tomorrow'll be of all the year the maddest, merriest day. For I'm to be queen of the May, mother, I'm to be queen of the May. New Year's Eve. If you're waking, call me early, mother dear, for I would see the sun rise upon the glad new year. It is the last new year that I shall ever see, then you may lay me low in the mold and think no more of me. Tonight I saw the sun set, he set and left behind the good old year, the dear old time, and all my peace of mind. And the new year's coming up, mother, but I shall never see the blossom on the blackthorn, the leaf upon the tree. Last May we made a crown of flowers, we had a merry day. Beneath the hawthorn on the green, they made me Queen of May. And we danced about the maypole and in the hazel copse, till Charles's Wain came out above the tall white chimney tops. There's not a flower on all the hills, the frost is on the pane. I only wish to live till the snowdrops come again. I wish the snow would melt and the sun come out on high. I long to see a flower, so before the day I die. The building rook'll caw from the windy tall elm tree, and the tufted plover pipe along the fallow lea, and the swallow'll come back again with summer o'er the wave. But I shall lie alone, mother, within the mouldering grave. Upon the chancel casement, and upon that grave of mine, in the early, early morning, the summer sun'll shine. Before the red cock crows from the farm upon the hill, when you are warm asleep, mother, and all the world is still. When the flowers come again, mother, beneath the waning light, you'll never see me more in the long grey fields at night. When from the dry dark wold the summer airs blow cool, on the outgrass and the sword grass and the bulrush in the pool, you will bury me, my mother, just beneath the hawthorn shade, and you'll come sometimes and see me where I am lowly laid. I shall not forget you, mother, I shall hear you when you pass, with your feet above my head in the long and pleasant grass. I have been wild and wayward, but you'll forgive me now. You'll kiss me, my own mother, upon my cheek and brow. Nay, nay, you must not weep, nor let your grief be wild. You should not fret for me, mother, you have another child. If I can, I'll come again, mother, from out my resting place. Though you'll not see me, mother, I shall look upon your face. Though I cannot speak a word, I shall hearken what you say, and be often, often with you when you think I'm far away. Good night, when I have said good night forevermore, and you see me carried out from the threshold of the door. Don't let Effie come to see me till my grave be growing green. She'll be a better child to you than I have ever been. She'll find my garden tools upon the granary floor. Let her take 'em, they are hers, I shall never garden more. But tell her, when I'm gone, to train the rose bush that I said, about the parlor window and the box of mignonette. Good night, sweet mother, call me before the day is born. All night I lie awake, but I fall asleep at morn. But I would see the sun rise upon the glad new year. So if you're waking, call me early, mother dear. Conclusion. I thought to pass away before, and yet alive I am, and in the fields all around I hear the bleating of the lamb. How sadly I remember rose the morning of the year, to die before the snowdrop came, and now the violet's here. Oh, sweet is the new violet that comes beneath the skies, and sweeter is the young lamb's voice to me that cannot rise. and sweet is all the land about, and all the flowers that blow, and sweeter far is death than life, to me that long to go. It seemed so hard at first, mother, to leave the blessed sun, and now it seems as hard to stay, and yet His will be done. But still I think it can't be long before I find release, and that good man, the clergyman, has told me words of peace. Oh, blessings on his kindly voice, and on his silver hair, and blessings on his whole life long, until he meet me there. Oh, blessings on his kindly heart, and on his silver head. 1,000 times I blessed him, as he knelt beside my bed. He taught me all the mercy, for he showed me all the sin. Now, though my lamp was lighted late, there's one will let me in. Nor would I now be well, mother, again, if that could be, for my desire is but to pass to him that died for me. I did not hear the dog howl, mother, or the death watch beat. There came a sweeter token when the night and morning meet. But sit beside my bed, mother, and put your hand in mine, and Effie on the other side, and I will tell the sign. All in the wild March morning I heard the angels call. It was when the moon was setting, and the dark was over all. The trees began to whisper, and the wind began to roll, and in the wild March morning I heard them call my soul. For, lying broad awake, I thought of you and Effie dear. I saw you sitting in the house, and I no longer here. With all my strength I prayed for both, and so I felt resigned. And up the valley came a swell of music on the wind. I thought that it was fancy, and I listened in my bed. And then did something speak to me, I know not what was said, for great delight and shuddering took hold of all my mind, and up the valley came again the music on the wind. But you were sleeping, and I said, "It's not for them, it's mine." And if it comes 3 times, I thought, I take it for a sign. And once again it came, and close beside the window bars, then seemed to go right up to heaven and die among the stars. So now I think my time is near, I trust it is, I know. The blessed music went that way, my soul will have to go. And for myself, indeed, I care not if I go today, but Effie, you must comfort her when I am passed away, and say to Robin a kind word, and tell him not to fret. There's many a worthier than I would make him happy yet. If I had lived, I cannot tell, I might have been his wife, but all these things have ceased to be with my desire of life. Oh, look! The sun begins to rise, the heavens are in a glow. He shines upon 100 fields, and all of them I know. And there I move no longer now, and there his light may shine. Wild flowers in the valley for other hands than mine. Oh, sweet and strange it seems to me that ere this day is done, the voice that now is speaking may be beyond the sun. Forever and forever, with those just souls and true. And what is life that we should moan, which make we such ado? Forever and forever, all in a blessed home, and there to wait a little while till you and Effie come. To lie within the light of God as I lie upon your breast, and the wicked cease from troubling, and the weary are at rest. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On Annie Allen by Edward Fitzgerald, From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Lian. On Annie Allen. The wind blew keenly from the western sea, and drove the dead leaves slanting from the tree. Vanity of vanities, the preacher saith, heaping them up before her father's door. When I saw her whom I shall see no more, we cannot bribe thee, Death. She went abroad the fallen leaves among, she saw the merry season fade and sun. Vanity of vanities, the preacher saith, freely she wandered in the leafless wood, and said that all was fresh and fair and good. She knew thee not, O Death. She bound her shining hair across her brow, she went into the garden, fading now. Vanity of vanities, the preacher saith, and if one sighed to think that it was here, she smiled to think that it would bloom next year. She feared thee not, O Death. Blooming she came back to the cheerful room, with all the fairer flowers yet in bloom. Vanity of vanities, the preacher saith, a fragrant knot for each of us she tied, and placed the fairest at her father's side. She cannot charm thee, Death. Her pleasant smiles spread sunshine upon all, we heard her sweet clear laughter in the hall. Vanity of vanities, the preacher saith, we heard her sometimes after evening prayer, as she went singing softly up the stair. No voice can charm thee, Death. Where is the pleasant smile, the laughter kind, that makes sweet music of the winter wind? Vanity of vanities, the preacher saith, idly they gaze upon her empty place. Her kiss hath faded from her father's face. She is with thee, O Death. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sonnet, suggested by Mr. Watts's Picture of Love and Death, by Lady Lindsay. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Sonnet, suggested by Mr. Watts's Picture of Love and Death. Yea, love is strong as life. He casts out fear, and wrath, and hate, and all our envious foes. He stands upon the threshold, quick to close the gate of happiness, ere should appear Death's dreaded presence. Ay, but Death draws near, and large and grey the towering outline grows, whose face is veiled and hid, and yet love knows full well, too well alas, that Death is here. Death tramples on the roses, Death comes in, though love, with outstretched arms and wings outspread, would bar the way. Poor love, whose wings begin to droop, half torn as are the roses dead already at his feet, but Death must win, and love grows faint beneath that ponderous tread. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Jeune fille et jeune fleur, from the French of François Auguste, Vicomte de Chateaubriand, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Jeune fille et jeune fleur. The bier descends, the spotless roses too, the father's tribute in his saddest hour. O earth that bore them both, thou hast thy due, the fair young girl and flower. Give them not back unto a world again, where mourning, grief, and agony have power, where winds destroy, and suns malignant reign, that fair young girl and flower. Lightly thou sleepest, young Eliza, now, nor fear'st the burning heat, nor chilling shower. They both have perished in their morning glow, the fair young girl and flower. But he, thy sire, whose furrowed brow is pale, bends, lost in sorrow, o'er thy funeral bower, and time the old oak's roots doth now assail. O fair young girl and flower. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Deathbed by Thomas Hood. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Deathbed. We watched her breathing through the night, her breathing soft and low, as in her breast the wave of life kept heaving to and fro. So silently we seemed to speak, so slowly moved about, as we had lent her half our powers to eke her living out. Our very hopes belied our fears our hopes belied. We thought her dying when she slept, and sleeping when she died. For when the morn came, dim and sad, and chill with early showers, her quiet eyelids closed. She had another morn than ours. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Deathbed by James Aldrich from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian. A Deathbed. Her suffering ended with the day, yet lived she at its close, and breathed the long, long night away in statue-like repose. But when the sun in all his state illumed the eastern skies, she passed through glorious morning gate and walked in paradise. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Requiescat by Matthew Arnold from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Requiescat. Strew on her roses, roses, and never a spray of you. In quiet she reposes. Ah, would that I did too. Her mirth the world required, she bathed it in smiles of glee. But her heart was tired, tired, and now they let her be. Her life was turning, turning, in mazes of heat and sound, but for peace her soul was yearning, and now peace laps her round. Her cabined, ample spirit, it fluttered and failed for breath. Tonight it doth inherit the vasty hall of death. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Unillumined Verge, To a Friend Dying, by Robert Bridges, Droch. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Unillumined Verge, To a Friend Dying. They tell you that death's at the turn of the road, that under the shade of a cypress you'll find him, and struggling on wearily, lashed by the goad of pain, you will enter the black mist behind him. I can walk with you up to the ridge of the hill, and we'll talk of the way we have come through the valley. Down below there a bird breaks into a trill, and a groaning slave bends to the oar of his galley. You are up on the heights now, you pity the slave. Poor soul, how fate lashes him on at his rowing. Yet it's joyful to live, and it's hard to be brave, when you watch the sun sink and the daylight is going. We are almost there, our last walk on this height. I must bid you good-bye at that cross on the mountain. See the sun glowing red, and the pulsating light fill the valley and rise like the flood in a fountain. And it shines in your face and illumines your soul. We are comrades as ever, right here at your going. You may rest if you will within sight of the goal, while I must return to my oar and the rowing. We must part now? Well, here is the hand of a friend. I will keep you in sight till the road makes its turning. Just over the ridge, within reach of the end of your arduous toil, the beginning of learning. You will call to me once from the mist on the verge, Au revoir and good night, while the twilight is creeping up luminous peaks and the pale stars emerge. Yes, I hear your faint voice. This is rest, and like sleeping. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Coronet from The Lady of the Lake, Canto 3, by Sir Walter Scott, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. Coronet from The Lady of the Lake, Canto 3. He is gone on the mountain, he is lost to the forest, like a summer-dried fountain, when our need was the sorest. The font reappearing from the raindrops shall borrow, but to us comes no cheering, to Duncan no morrow, the hand of the reaper takes the ears that are hoary, but the voice of the weeper wails manhood in glory. The autumn winds rushing waft the leaves that are searest, but our flower was in flushing when blighting was nearest. Fleet foot on the corray, sage counsel in cumber, red hand in the foray, how sound is thy slumber! Like the dew on the mountain, like the foam on the river, like the bubble on the fountain, thou art gone, and forever. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Evelyn Hope by Robert Browning, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Evelyn Hope. Beautiful Evelyn Hope is dead. Sit and watch by her side an hour. That is her bookshelf, this her bed. She plucked that piece of geranium flower, beginning to die too in the glass. Little has yet been changed, I think. The shutters are shut. No light may pass, save 2 long rays through the hinges chink. 16 years old when she died. Perhaps she had scarcely heard my name. It was not her time to love. Beside, her life had many a hope and aim. Duties enough and little cares. And now was quiet, now a stir, till God's hand beckoned unawares, and the sweet white brow is all of her. Is it too late then, Evelyn Hope? What? Your soul was pure and true. The good stars met in your horoscope, made you of spirit, fire, and dew. And just because I was thrice as old, and our paths in the world diverged so wide, each was not to each, must I be told? We were fellow mortals, not beside? No, indeed! For God above is great to grant is mighty to make, and creates the love to reward the love. I claim you still, for my own love's sake. Delayed it may be, for more lives yet. Through worlds I shall traverse, not a few. Much is to learn, and much to forget, ere the time be come for taking you. But the time will come, at last it will, when, Evelyn Hope, what meant I shall say in the lower earth, in the years long still, that body and soul so pure and gay? Why your hair was amber I shall divine, and your mouth of your own geraniums red. And what you would do with me, in fine, in the new life come in the old one's stead. I have lived, I shall say, so much since then, given up myself so many times, gained me the gains of various men, ransacked the ages, spoiled the climes, yet one thing, one, in my soul's full scope, either I missed or itself missed me, and I want and find you, Evelyn Hope. What is the issue? Let us see. I loved you, Evelyn, all the while. My heart seemed full as it could hold. There was place and to spare for the frank young smile, and the red young mouth, and the hair's young gold. So hush, I will give you this leaf to keep. See, I shut it inside the sweet cold hand. There, That is our secret. Go to sleep. You will wake and remember and understand. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Annabel Lee by Edgar Allan Poe, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Annabel Lee. It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden lived, whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee. And this maiden she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. I was a child, and she was a child, in this kingdom by the sea. But we loved with a love that was more than love, I and my Annabel Lee, with a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that long ago, in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud, chilling my beautiful Annabel Lee, so that her high-born kinsman came and bore her away from me, to shut her up in a sepulchre in this kingdom by the sea. The angels, not so happy in heaven, went envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know in this kingdom by the sea, that the wind came out of the cloud by night, chilling and killing my Annabel Lee. But our love, it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we, of many far wiser than we. And neither the angels in heaven above, nor the demons down under the sea, can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabel Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Annabel Lee, and the stars never rise but I feel the bright eyes of the beautiful Annabel Lee. And so, all the night tide I lie down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride, in her sepulchre there by the sea, in her tomb by the sounding sea. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Thy Braes Were Bonny by John Logan, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Lian. Thy braes were bonny. Thy braes were bonny, Yarrow stream, when first on them I met my lover. Thy braes how dreary, Yarrow stream, when now thy waves his body cover. Forever now, O Yarrow stream, thou art to me a stream of sorrow, for never on thy banks shall I behold my love, the flower of Yarrow. He promised me a milk-white steed to bear me to his father's bowers. He promised me a little page to squire me to his father's towers. He promised me a wedding ring, the wedding day was fixed to-morrow. Now he's wedded to his grave, alas, his watery grave in Yarrow. Sweet were his words when last we met, my passion I as freely told him. Clasped in his arms I little thought that I should never more behold him. Scarce was he gone, I saw his ghost, it vanished with a shriek of sorrow. Thrice did the water wraith ascend, and gave a doleful groan through Yarrow. His mother from the window looked, with all the longing of a mother. His little sister weeping walked the greenwood path to meet her brother. They sought him east, they sought him west, they sought him all the forest thorough. They only saw the cloud of night, they only heard the roar of Yarrow. No longer from thy window look, thou hast no son, thou tender mother. No longer walk, thou lovely maid, alas, thou hast no more a brother. No longer seek him east or west, and search no more the forest thorough. For wandering in the night so dark, he fell a lifeless corse in Yarrow. The tear shall never leave my cheek, no other youth shall be my marrow. I'll seek thy body in the stream, and then with thee I'll sleep in Yarrow. End of poem. This recording is in a public domain.
Farewell to Thee, Araby's Daughter, from The Fire Worshippers, by Thomas Moore, From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Farewell to thee, Araby's daughter. From the Fire Worshippers. Farewell, farewell to thee, Araby's daughter. Thus warbled a Peri beneath the dark sea. No pearl ever lay under Oman's green water, more pure in its shell than thy spirit in thee. O fair as the sea flower close to thee growing, how light was thy heart till love's witchery came, like the wind of the south over a summer lute blowing, and hushed all its music and withered its frame. But long upon Araby's green sunny highlands shall maids and their lovers remember the doom of her who lies sleeping among the Pearl Islands, with naught but the sea star to light up her tomb. And still, when the merry date season is burning, and calls to the palm grove the young and the old, the happiest there, from their pastime returning at sunset, will weep when thy story is told. The young village maid, when with flowers she dresses her dark flowing hair for some festival day, will think of thy fate, till neglecting her tresses, she mournfully turns from the mirror away. Nor shall Iran, beloved of her hero, forget thee, though tyrants watch over her tears as they start. Close, close by the side of that hero she'll set thee, embalmed in the innermost shrine of her heart. Farewell! Be it ours to embellish thy pillow with everything beauteous that grows in the deep. Each flower of the rock and each gem of the billow shall sweeten thy bed and illumine thy sleep. Around thee shall glisten the loveliest amber that ever the sorrowing sea-bird has wept, with many a shell, in whose hollow wreathed chamber we Peris of ocean by moonlight have slept. We'll dive where the gardens of coral lie darkling, and plant all the rosiest stems at thy head. We'll seek where the sands of the Caspian are sparkling, and gather their gold to strew over thy bed. Farewell, farewell, until pity's sweet fountain is lost in the hearts of the fair and the brave. They'll weep for the chieftain who died on that mountain, they'll weep for the maiden who sleeps in the wave. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Softly Woo Away Her Breath by Brian Waller Proctor, also known as Barry Cornwall. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian. Softly woo away her breath. Softly woo away her breath, gentle death. Let her leave thee with no strife, tender, mournful, murmuring life. She hath seen her happy day. She hath had her bud and blossom. Now she pales and shrinks away, earth, into thy gentle bosom. She hath done her bidding here, angels dear. Bear her perfect soul above, seraph of the skies, sweet love. Good she was, and fair in youth, and her mind was seen to soar, and her heart was wed to truth. Take her, then, forevermore, forever, evermore. End of poem. This recording is in a public domain.
She Died in Beauty by Charles Doyne Sillery. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. She died in beauty. She died in beauty, like a rose blown from its parent stem. She died in beauty, like a pearl dropped from some diadem. She died in beauty, like a lay along a moonlit lake. She died in beauty, like the song of birds amid the brake. She died in beauty, like the snow on flowers dissolved away. She died in beauty, like a star lost on the brow of day. She lives in glory, like night's gems set round the silver moon. She lives in glory, like the sun amid the blue of June. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Death of Minnehaha, from the Song of Hiawatha, by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org, by Sonia as the narrator,
Leanne as Minnehaha,
Gabi as Nokomis,
and Thomas Peter as Hiawatha.
The Death of Minnehaha, from the Song of Hiawatha. All day long roved Hiawatha in that melancholy forest, through the shadows of whose thickets, in the pleasant days of summer, of that never-forgotten summer, he had brought his young wife homeward from the land of the Dakotas, when the birds sang in the thickets, and the streamlets laughed and glistened, and the air was full of fragrance, and the lovely, laughing water said with voice that did not tremble,
I will follow you, my husband.
In the wigwam with Nokomis, with those gloomy guests that watched her, with the famine and the fever, she was lying, the beloved, she, the dying Minnehaha.
Hark,
She said,
I hear a rushing, hear a rolling and a rushing, hear the falls of Minnehaha calling to me from a distance.
No, my child,
said old Nokomis.
'tis the wind in the pine trees.
Look,
She said,
I see my father, standing lonely at his doorway, beckoning to me from his wigwam in the land of the Dakotas.
No, my child,
said old Nokomis.
'tis the smoke that waves and beckons.
Ah,
Said she,
the eyes of Panguk glare upon me in the darkness. I can feel his icy fingers clasping mine amid the darkness. Hiawatha! Hiawatha!
and the desolate Hiawatha, far away amid the forest, miles away among the mountains, heard that sudden cry of anguish, heard the voice of Minnehaha calling to him in the darkness.
Hiawatha! Hiawatha!
Over snowfields waste and pathless, under snow-encumbered branches, homeward hurried Hiawatha, empty-handed, heavy-hearted, heard Nokomis moaning, wailing.
Waonowin, Waonowin, would that I had perished for you, would that I were dead as you are. Waonowin, Waonowin.
And he rushed into the wigwam, saw the old Nokomis slowly, rocking to and fro and moaning, saw his lovely Minnehaha lying dead and cold before him, and his bursting heart within him uttered such a cry of anguish that the forest moaned and shuddered, that the very stars in heaven shook and trembled with his anguish. Then he sat down, still and speechless, on the bed of Minnehaha, at the feet of laughing water, at those willing feet that never more would lightly run to meet him, never more would lightly follow. With both hands his face he covered. 7 long days and nights he sat there, as if in a swoon he sat there, speechless, motionless, unconscious of the daylight or the darkness. Then they buried Minnehaha, in the snow a grave they made her, in the forest deep and darksome, underneath the moaning hemlocks, clothed her in her richest garments, wrapped her in her robes of ermine, covered her with snow like ermine. Thus they buried Minnehaha. And at night a fire was lighted, on her grave 4 times was kindled, for her soul upon its journey to the islands of the blessed. From his doorway Hiawatha saw it burning in the forest, lighting up the gloomy hemlocks. From his sleepless bed uprising, from the bed of Minnehaha, stood and watched it at the doorway, that it might not be extinguished, might not leave her in the darkness.
Farewell,
said he,
Minnehaha, farewell, O my laughing water. All my heart is buried with you, all my thoughts go onward with you. Come not back again to labor, come not back again to suffer, where the famine and the fever wear the heart and waste the body. Soon my task will be completed, soon your footsteps I shall follow to the islands of the blessed, to the kingdom of Ponema, to the land of the hereafter.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Mother and Poet by Elizabeth Barrett Browning, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Mother and Poet. Turin, after news from Gaeta, 1861. Laura Savio of Turin, a poetess and patriot, whose sons were killed at Ancona and Gaeta. Dead, one of them shot by the sea in the east, and one of them shot in the west by the sea. Dead, both my boys. When you sit at the feast, and are wanting a great song for Italy free, let none look at me. Yet I was a poetess only last year, and good at my art, for a woman, men said. But this woman, this who is agonized here, the East Sea and West Sea rhyme on in her head, forever instead. What art can a woman be good at? O vain! What art is she good at but hurting her breast with the milk teeth of babes, and a smile at the pain? Ah, boys, how you hurt! You were strong as you pressed, and I proud by that test. What art's for a woman? To hold on her knees both darlings, to feel all their arms round her throat cling, struggle a little, to sew by degrees and broider the long clothes and neat little coat, to dream and to dote. To teach them, it stings there. I made them indeed speak plain the word country. I taught them, no doubt, that a country is a thing men should die for at need. I prated of liberty, rights, and about the tyrant turned out. And when their eyes flashed, O my beautiful eyes, I exulted, nay, let them go forth at the wheels of the guns, and denied not. But then the surprise, when one sits quite alone, then one weeps, then one kneels. God, how the house feels! At first happy news came, in gay letters moiled with my kisses, of camp life and glory, and how they both loved me, and soon coming home to be spoiled, in return would fan off every fly from my brow with their green laurel bough. Then was triumph at Turin. Ancona was free, and someone came out of the cheers in the street, with a face pale as stone, to say something to me. My Guido was dead. I fell down at his feet, while they cheered in the street. I bore it. Friends soothed me. My grief looked sublime as the ransom of Italy. One boy remained to be leant on and walked with, recalling the time when the first grew immortal, while both of us strained to the height he had gained. And letters still came, shorter, sadder, more strong, writ now but in one hand. I was not to faint. One loved me for two, would be with me ere long, and Viva Italia he died for, our saint, who forbids our complaint. My Nanny would add, he was safe and aware of a presence that turned off the balls, was impressed it was Guido himself who knew what I could bear, and how 'twas impossible, quite dispossessed, to live on for the rest. On which, without pause, up the telegraph line swept smoothly the next news from Gaeta. Shot. Tell his mother. Ah, ah, their mother, not mine. No voice says my mother again to me. What, you think Guido forgot? Are souls straight so happy that, dizzy with heaven, they drop earth's affections, conceive not of woe? I think not. Themselves were too lately forgiven, through that love and sorrow which reconciled so the above and below. O Christ of the 7 wounds, who looks through the dark to the face of thy mother, consider, I pray, how we common mothers stand desolate, mark, whose sons, not being Christ's, die with eyes turned away, and no last word to say. Both boys dead, but that's out of nature. We all have been patriots, yet each house must always keep one. 'Twere imbecile hewing out roads to a wall. And when Italy's made, for what end is it done, if we have not a son? Ah, 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 when Gaeta's taken, what then? When the fair wicked queen sits no more at her sport of the fireballs of death crashing souls out of men, when your guns at Cavalli with final retort have cut the game short, when Venice and Rome keep their new jubilee, when your flag takes all heaven for its white, green, and red, when you have your country from mountain to sea, when King Victor has Italy's crown on his head, and I have my dead. What then? Do not mock me. Ah, ring your bells low, and burn your lights faintly. My country is there, above the star pricked by the last peak of snow. My Italy is there, with my brave civic pair to disfranchise despair. Forgive me. Some women bear children in strength, and bite back the cry of their pain in self-scorn. But the birth pangs of nations will wring us at length into such wail as this, and we sit on forlorn when the man-child is born. Dead, one of them shot by the sea in the west, and one of them shot in the east by the sea. Both my boys. If in keeping the feast you want a great song for your Italy free, let none look at me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Fear no more the heat of the sun, from Cymbeline, Act 4, Scene 2, by William Shakespeare, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Fear no more the heat of the sun, from Cymbeline, Act 4, Scene 2. Fear no more the heat of the sun, nor the furious winter's rages. Thou thy worldly task hast done, home art gone, and ta'en thy wages. Golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepers, come to dust. Fear no more the frown of the great, thou art past the tyrant's stroke. Care no more to clothe and eat, to thee the reed is as the oak. The sceptre, learning, physic, must all follow this, and come to dust. Fear no more the lightning flash, nor the all-dreaded thunderstone. Fear not slander, censure rash, thou hast finished joy and moan. All lovers young, all lovers must consign to thee, and come to dust. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Highland Mary by Robert Burns, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Highland Mary. Ye banks and braes and streams around the castle of Montgomery, green be your woods and fair your flowers, your waters never drumly. There Simmer first unfalled her robes, and there she langest tarry, for there I took the last farewell o' my sweet Highland Mary. How sweetly bloomed the gay green birk, how rich the hawthorn's blossom, as underneath their fragrant shade I clasped her to my bosom. The golden hours on angel wings flew o'er me and my dearie, for dear to me as light and life was my sweet Highland Mary. Wi' mony a vow and locked embrace our parting was fu' tender, and pledging aft to meet again we tore ourselves asunder. But oh, fell death's untimely frost that nipped my flowers sae early. Now green's the sod, and cold's the clay that wraps my Highland Mary. Oh, pale, pale now, those rosy lips I aft hae kissed sae fondly, and closed for aye the sparkling glance that dwelt on me sae kindly. And mouldering now in silent dust that heart that loved me dearly, but still within my bosom's core shall live my Highland Mary. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Fair Helen by Anonymous. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Fair Helen. I wish I were where Helen lies. Night and day on me she cries. Oh, that I were where Helen lies on fair Kirkconnell Lea. Cursed be the heart that thought the thought, and cursed the hand that fired the shot, when in my arms bird Helen dropped and died to succour me. Oh, think nae but my heart was sair when my love dropped down and spake nae mair. I laid her down wi' meikle care on fair Kirkconnell Lea. As I went down the water side, none but my foe to be my guide, none but my foe to be my guide on fair Kirkconnell Lea. I lighted down my sword to draw, I hacked him in pieces sma', I hacked him in pieces sma' for her sake that died for me. O Helen fair beyond compare, I'll make a garland of thy hair, shall bind my heart for evermore until the day I die. Oh, that I were where Helen lies, night and day on me she cries. Out of my bed she bids me rise, says, haste and come to me. O Helen fair, O Helen chaste, if I were with thee I were blest, where thou lies low and takes thy rest on fair Kirkconnell Lea. I wish my grave were growing green, a winding sheet drawn o'er my een, and I in Helen's arms lying on fair Kirkconnell Lea. I wish I were where Helen lies, night and day on me she cries, and I am weary of the skies, since my love died for me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Oh, that it were possible, from Maud, by Alfred, Lord Tennyson. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Oh, that it were possible, from Maud. Oh, that it were possible, after long grief and pain, to find the arms of my true love round me once again. When I was wont to meet her in the silent woody places of the law that gave me birth, we stood tranced in long embraces, mixed with kisses sweeter, sweeter than anything on earth. A shadow flits before me, not thou, but like to thee. Ah, Christ, that it were possible for one short hour to see the souls we loved, that they might tell us what and where they be. It leads me forth at evening, it lightly winds and steals in a cold white robe before me, when all my spirit reels at the shouts, the leagues of lights, and the roaring of the wheels. Half the night I waste in sighs, half in dreams I sorrow after the delight of early skies. In a wakeful doze I sorrow for the hand, the lips, the eyes, for the meeting of the morrow, the delight of happy laughter, the delight of low replies. 'Tis a morning pure and sweet, and a dewy splendor falls on the little flower that clings to the turrets and the walls. It is a morning pure and sweet, and the light and shadow fleet. She is walking in the meadow, and the woodland echo rings. In a moment we shall meet. She is singing in the meadow, and the rivulet at her feet ripples on in light and shadow to the ballad that she sings. Do I hear her sing as of old, my bird with the shining head, my own dove with the tender eye? But there rings on a sudden a passionate cry, there is someone dying or dead, and a sullen thunder is rolled, for a tumult shakes the city, and I wake. My dream is fled. In the shuddering dawn, behold, without knowledge, without pity, by the curtains of my bed that abiding phantom cold. Get thee hence, nor come again! Mix not memory with doubt. Pass, thou death-like type of pain, pass and cease to move about. It is the blot upon the brain that will show itself without. Then I rise. The eavesdrops fall, and the yellow vapors choke the great city sounding wide. The day comes. a dull red ball wrapped in drifts of lurid smoke on the misty river tide. Through the hubbub of the market I steal, a wasted frame. It crosses here, it crosses there, through all that crowd confused and loud, the shadow still the same, and on my heavy eyelids my anguish hangs like shame. Alas for her that met me, that heard me softly call, came glimmering through the laurels at the quiet evenfall, in the garden by the turrets of the old manorial hall. Would the happy spirit descend from the realms of light and song, in the chamber or the street? As she looks among the blest, should I fear to greet my friend, or to say, "Forgive the wrong," or to ask her, "Take me, sweet, to the regions of thy rest"? But the broad light glares and beats, and the shadow flits and meets and will not let me be, and I loathe the squares and streets, and the faces that one meets, hearts with no love for me. Always I long to creep into some still cavern deep, there to weep and weep and weep my whole soul out to thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Too Late by Dinah Maria Malott Craig. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian. Too late. Douglas, Douglas, tender and true. Could you come back to me, Douglas, Douglas, in the old likeness that I knew? I would be so faithful, so loving, Douglas. Douglas, Douglas, tender and true. Never a scornful word should grieve ye. I smile on ye sweet as the angels do, sweet as your smile on me shone forever. Douglas, Douglas, tender and true. Oh, to call back the days that are not! My eyes were blinded, your words were few. Do you know the truth now, up in heaven? Douglas, Douglas, tender and true. I never was worthy of you, Douglas, not half worthy the like of you. Now all men beside seem to me like shadows. I love you, Douglas, tender and true. Stretch out your hand to me, Douglas, Douglas, drop forgiveness from heaven like dew, as I lay my heart on your dead heart, Douglas, 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 tender and true. End of poem. This recording is in a public domain.
After Summer by Philip Borky Marston. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. After Summer. We'll not weep for summer over, no, not we. Strew above his head the clover, let him be. Other eyes may weep his dying, shed their tears, there upon him where he's lying, with his peers. Unto some of them he proffered gifts most sweet, for our hearts a grave he offered. Was this meet? All our fond hopes, praying, perished in his wrath. All the lovely dreams we cherished strewed his path. Shall we in our tombs, I wonder, far apart, sundered wide as seas can sunder heart from heart, dream at all of all the sorrows that were ours, bitter nights, more bitter morrows, poison flowers. Summer gathered as in madness, saying, "See, these are yours in place of gladness, gifts from me." Nay, the rest that will be ours is supreme, and below the poppy flowers steals no dream. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lament for Heliodore by Meleager. Translated from the Greek by Andrew Lang. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3. Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Lament for Heliodore. Tears for my lady dead, Heliodore! Salt tears and strange to shed over and o'er. Tears to my lady dead, love do we send, longed for, remembered, lover and friend. Sad are the songs we sing, tears that we shed, empty the gifts we bring, gifts to the dead. Go, tears, and go, lament, fair from her tomb, wend where my lady went down through the gloom. Ah, for my flower, my love, Hades hath taken, aye. Ah, for the dust above, scattered and shaken. Mother of blade and grass, earth, in thy breast, lull her that gentlest was, gently to rest. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On the Death of Her Brother, Francis I, by Marguerite de Valois, Queen of Navarre, translated from the French by Louisa Stuart Costello. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. On the Death of Her Brother, Francis I. 'Tis done, a father, mother, gone, a sister, brother, torn away. My hope is now in God alone, whom heaven and earth alike obey. Above, beneath, to him is known, the world's wide compass is his own. I love, but in the world no more, nor in gay hall or festal bower, nor the fair forms I prized before, but him, all beauty, wisdom, power, my Saviour, who has cast a chain on sin and ill, and woe and pain. I from my memory have effaced all former joys, all kindred, friends, all honours that my station graced. I hold but snares that fortune sends. Hence, joys by Christ at distance cast, that we may be his own at last. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Mary in Heaven by Robert Burns. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3. Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. To Mary in Heaven. Written in September 1789, on the anniversary of the day on which he heard of the death of his early love, Mary Campbell. Thou lingering star with lessening ray, that loves to greet the early morn, again thou usherest in the day, my Mary from my soul was torn. O Mary, dear departed shade, where is thy place of blissful rest? Seest thou thy lover lowly laid? Hear'st thou the groans that rend his breast? That sacred hour can I forget? Can I forget the hallowed grove, where by the winding Ire we met to live one day of parting love? Eternity will not efface those records dear of transports past, thy image at our last embrace. Ah, little thought we it was our last. Ire gurgling kissed his pebbled shore, o'erhung with wild woods thickening green, the fragrant birch and hawthorn hoar twined amorous round the raptured scene. The flowers sprang wanton to be pressed, the birds sang love on every spray, till soon, too soon, the glowing west proclaimed the speed of winged day. Still o'er these scenes my memory wakes, and fondly broods with miser care. Time but the impression stronger makes, as streams their channels deeper wear. My Mary, dear departed shade, where is thy place of blissful rest? Seest thou thy lover lowly laid? Hear'st thou the groans that rend his breast? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Minstrel Song by Thomas Chatterton. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian. Minstrel Song. Oh, sing unto my roundelay, or drop the briny tear with me. Dance no more at holiday like a running river bee. My love is dead, gone to his deathbed, all under the willow tree. Black his hair as the winter night, white his neck as the summer snow, ruddy his face as the morning light. Cold he lies in the grave below. My love is dead, gone to his deathbed, all under the willow tree. Sweet his tongue as the throstle's note, quick in dance as thought can be. Deft his tabor, cudgel stout, oh lies by the willow tree. My love is dead, gone to his deathbed, all under the willow tree. Hark! The raven flaps his wing in the briar dell below. Hark! The death owl loud doth sing to the nightmares as they go. My love is dead, gone to his deathbed, all under the willow tree. See! The white moon shines on high, whiter is my true love's shroud, whiter than the morning sky, whiter than the evening cloud. My love is dead, gone to his deathbed, all under the willow tree. Here upon my true love's grave shall the barren flowers be laid, nor one holy saint to save all the coldness of a maid. My love is dead, gone to his deathbed, all under the willow tree. With my hands I'll bind the briars round his holy corse to gray. Elf and fairy, light your fires, here my body still shall be. My love is dead, gone to his deathbed, all under the willow tree. Come, with a corn cup and thorn, drain my heart's blood away. Life and all its good I scorn, dance by night or feast by day. My love is dead, gone to his deathbed, all under the willow tree. Water witches, crowned with wreaths, bear me to your lethal tide. I die, I come, my true love waits. Thus the damsel spake and died. End of poem. This recording is in a public domain.
The Passage by Ludwig Uhland. Translated from the German by Sarah Taylor Austin. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3. Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Passage. Many a year is in its grave since I crossed this restless wave, and the evening, fair as ever, shines on ruin, rock, and river. Then in this same boat beside sat two comrades, old and tried, one with all a father's truth, one with all the fire of youth. One on earth in silence wrought, and his grave in silence sought, but the younger, brighter form passed in battle and in storm. So whenever I turn mine eye back upon the days gone by, saddening thoughts of friends come over me, friends that closed their course before me. But what binds us, friend to friend, but that soul with soul can blend? Soul like were those hours of yore, let us walk in soul once more. Take, O boatman, thrice thy fee, take, I give it willingly, for invisible to thee, spirits twain have crossed with me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lament of the Irish Emigrant by Lady Dufferin, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Lament of the Irish Emigrant. When we sitting on the stile, Mary, where we sat side by side on a bright May morning long ago, when first you were my bride, the corn was springing fresh and green, and the lark sang loud and high, and the red was on your lip, Mary, and the love light in your eye. The place is little changed, Mary, and the day is bright as then. The lark's loud song is in my ear, and the corn is green again. What I miss is soft clasp of your hand and your breath warm on my cheek, and I still keep listening for the words you never more will speak. 'Tis but a step down yonder lane, and the little church stands near, the church where we were wed, Mary. I see the spire from here. But the graveyard lies between, Mary, and my step might break your rest, for I've laid you, darling, down to sleep with your baby on your breast. I am very lonely now, Mary, for the poor make no new friends, but oh, they love the better still the few our Father sends. And you are all I had, Mary, my blessing and my pride. There's nothing left to care for now since my poor Mary died. Yours was a good brave heart, Mary, that still kept hoping on, when the trust in God had left my soul, and my arm's young strength was gone. There is comfort ever on your lip, and the kind look on your brow. I bless you, Mary, for that same, though you cannot hear me now. I thank you for the patient smile when your heart was fit to break, when the hunger pain was gnawing there, and you hid it for my sake. I bless you for the pleasant words, when your heart was sad and sore. Oh, I'm thankful you are gone, Mary, where grief can't reach you more. Oh, I'm bidding you a long farewell, my Mary, kind and true. But I'll not forget you, darling, in the land I'm going to. They say there's bread and work for all, and the sun shines always there. But I'll not forget old Ireland, where it's 50 times as fair. And often in those grand old woods I'll sit and shut my eyes, and my heart will travel back again to the place where Mary lies. And I'll think I see the little stile where we sat side by side, and the springing corn, and the bright May morn, when first you were my bride. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Home they brought her warrior dead. From The Princess, by Alfred Lord Tennyson. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3. Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Home they brought her warrior dead. From The Princess. Home they brought her warrior dead. She nor swooned, nor uttered cry. All her maidens, watching, said, "She must weep, or she will die." Then they praised him, soft and low, called him worthy to be loved, truest friend and noblest foe, yet she neither spoke nor moved. Stole a maiden from her place, lightly to the warrior stepped, took the face cloth from the face, yet she neither moved nor wept. Rose a nurse of 90 years, set his child upon her knee, like summer tempest came her tears. Sweet my child, I live for thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The King of Denmark's Ride by Caroline E.S. Norton. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The King of Denmark's Ride. Word was brought to the Danish king, hurry, that the love of his heart lay suffering, and pined for the comfort his voice would bring. Oh, ride as though you were flying. Better he loves each golden curl on the brow of that Scandinavian girl than his rich crown jewels of ruby and pearl, and his rose of the isles, his dying. 30 nobles saddled with speed, hurry, each one mounting a gallant steed, which he kept for battle in days of need. Oh, ride as though you were flying. Spurs were struck in the foaming flank, worn-out chargers staggered and sank, bridles were slackened, and girths were burst. But ride as they would, the king rode first, for his rose of the isles lay dying. His nobles are beaten one by one, hurry, they have fainted and faltered and homeward gone. His little fair page now follows alone, for strength and for courage trying. The king looked back at that faithful child, wan was the face that answering smiled. They passed the drawbridge with clattering din, then he dropped, and only the king rode in, where his rose of the isles lay dying. The king blew a blast on his bugle horn, silence, no answer came, but faint and forlorn an echo returned on the cold grey morn, like the breath of a spirit sighing. The castle portal stood grimly wide, None welcome to the king from that weary ride, for dead, in the light of the dawning day, the pale sweet form of the welcomer lay, who had yearned for his voice while dying. The panting steed with a drooping crest stood weary. The king returned from her chamber of rest, the thick sobs choking in his breast, and, that dumb companion eyeing, the tears gushed forth which he strove to check. He bowed his head on his charger's neck. O steed, that every nerve did strain, dear steed, our ride hath been in vain, to the halls where my love lay dying. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Grief, from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 2, by William Shakespeare, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as Hamlet,
and Gabi as Gertrude.
Grief, from Hamlet, Act 1, Scene 2.
Good Hamlet, cast thy nighted colour off, and let thine eye look like a friend on Denmark. Do not for ever with thy veiled lids seek for thy noble father in the dust. Thou know'st 'tis common, all that live must die, passing through nature to eternity.
Ay, madam, it is common.
If it be, why seems it so particular with thee?
Seems, madam? Nay, it is. I know not seems. 'Tis not alone my inky cloak, good mother, nor customary suits of solemn black, nor windy suspiration of forced breath, no, nor the fruitful river in the eye, nor the dejected behaviour of the visage, together with all forms, modes, shows of grief, that can denote me truly. These indeed seem, for they are actions that a man might play, but I have that within which passeth show. These, but the trappings and the suits of woe. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Selections from In Memoriam by Alfred Lord Tennyson, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia,
Leanne,
Thomas Peter,
And Gabi.
Selections from In Memoriam. Arthur Henry Hallam, O.B., 1833. Grief Unspeakable. 5. I sometimes hold it half a sin to put in words the grief I feel, for words, like nature, half reveal and half conceal the soul within. But for the unquiet heart and brain, a use in measured language lies, the sad mechanic exercise, like dull narcotics numbing pain. In words like weeds I'll wrap me over, like coarsest clothes against the cold, but that large grief which these enfold is given in outline and no more.
Dead in a foreign land. 9. Fair ship, that from the Italian shore sailest the placid ocean plains, with my lost Arthur's loved remains, spread thy full wings and waft him over. So draw him home to those that mourn in vain, a favourable speed, ruffle thy mirrored mast, and lead through prosperous floods his holy urn. All night no ruder air perplex thy sliding keel, till phosphor, bright as our pure love, through early light shall glimmer on the dewy decks. Sphere all your lights around, above, sleep, gentle heavens, before the prow, sleep, gentle winds, as he sleeps now, my friend, the brother of my love, my other, whom I shall not see till all my widowed race be run, dear as the mother to the son, more than my brothers are to me.
The Peace of Sorrow. 11. Calm is the morn without a sound, calm as to suit a calmer grief, and only through the faded leaf the chestnut pattering to the ground. Calm and deep peace on this high wold, and on these dews that drench the furs, and all the silvery gossamers that twinkle into green and gold. Calm and still light on yon great plain that sweeps with all its autumn bowers, and crowded farms, and lessening towers, to mingle with the bounding main. Calm and deep peace in this wide air, these leaves that redden to the fall, and in my heart, if calm at all, if any calm, a calm despair. Calm on the seas, and silver sleep, and waves that sway themselves in rest, and dead calm in that noble breast, which heaves but with the heaving deep.
Time and Eternity. 42. If sleep and death be truly one, and every spirit's folded bloom, through all its intervital gloom, in some long trance should slumber on, unconscious of the sliding hour, bare of the body, might it last, and silent traces of the past be all the color of the flower. So then were nothing lost to man, so that still garden of the souls in many a figured leaf enrolls the total world since life began. And love will last as pure and whole as when he loved me here in time, and at the spiritual prime rewaken with the dawning soul.
Personal Resurrection. 46. That each who seems a separate whole should move his rounds, and, fusing all the skirts of self again, should fall, remerging in the general soul, is faith as vague as all unsweet. Eternal form shall still divide the eternal soul from all beside. And I shall know him when we meet, and we shall sit at endless feast, enjoying each the other's good. What vaster dream can hit the mood of love on earth? He seeks at least, upon the last and sharpest height, before the spirits fade away, some landing place to clasp and say, farewell, we lose ourselves in light.
Spiritual Companionship. 93. How pure at heart and sounding head, with what divine affections bold, should be the man whose thought would hold an hour's communion with the dead. In vain shalt thou or any call the spirits from their golden day, except, like them, thou too canst say, my spirit is at peace with all. They haunt the silence of the breast, imaginations calm and fair, the memory like a cloudless air, the conscience as a sea at rest. But when the heart is full of din, and doubt beside a portal waits, they can but listen at the gates, and hear the household jar within. 50. Do we indeed desire the dead should still be near us at our side? Is there no baseness we would hide, no inner vileness that we dread? Shall he for whose applause I strove, I had such reverence for his blame, see with clear eyes some hidden shame, and I be lessened in his love? I wrong the grave with fears untrue, shall love be blind for want of faith? There must be wisdom with great death, the dead shall look me through and through. Be near us when we climb or fall, ye watch, like God, the rolling hours, with larger other eyes than ours, to make allowance for us all.
Death in life's prime. 72. So many worlds, so much to do, so little done, such things to be. How know I what had need of thee? For thou wert strong as thou wert true. The fame is quenched that I foresaw, the head hath missed an earthly wreath. I curse not nature, no, nor death, for nothing is that errs from law. We pass, the path that each man trod is dim, or will be dim, with weeds. What fame is left for human deeds in endless age? It rests with God. O hollow wraith of dying fame, fade wholly, while the soul exults, and self enfolds the large results of force that would have forged a name.
The Poet's Tribute. 76. What hope is here for modern rhyme to him who turns a musing eye on songs and deeds and lives that lie foreshortened in the tract of time? These mortal lullabies of pain may bind a book, may line a box, may serve to curl a maiden's locks, or when 1,000 moons shall wane. A man upon a stall may find, and, passing, turn the page that tells a grief, then change to something else, sung by a long forgotten mind. But what of that? My darkened ways shall ring with music all the same. To breathe my loss is more than fame, to utter love more sweet than praise. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Après, by Arthur Joseph Munby, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Après. Down, down, Ellen, my little one, climbing so tenderly up to my knee. Why should you add to the thoughts that are taunting me, dreams of your mother's arms clinging to me? Cease, cease, Ellen, my little one, warbling so fairily close to my ear. Why should you choose, of all songs that are haunting me, this that I made for your mother to hear? Hush, hush, Ellen, my little one, wailing so wearily under the stars. Why should I think of her tears, that might light to me love that had made life, and sorrow that mars? Sleep, sleep, Ellen, my little one. Is she not like her whenever she stirs? Has she not eyes that will soon be as bright to me, lips that will some day be honeyed like hers? Yes, yes, Ellen, my little one. Though her white bosom is stilled in the grave, something more white than her bosom is spared to me, something to cling to and something to crave. Love, love, Ellen, my little one, love indestructible, love undefiled, love through all deeps of her spirit lies bared to me, oft as I look on the face of her child. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Fairest Thing in Mortal Eyes, by Charles, Duke of Orléans. Translated from the French by Henry Francis Carey. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Fairest Thing in Mortal Eyes. Addressed to his deceased wife, who died in childbed at the age of 22. To make my lady's obsequies, my love a minster wrought, and, in the chantry, service there was sung by doleful thought. The tapers were of burning sighs, that light and odour gave, and sorrows, painted o'er with tears, illumined her grave. And round about, in quaintest guise, was carved, within this tomb there lies the fairest thing in mortal eyes. Above her lieth spread a tomb of gold and sapphires blue. The gold doth show her blessedness, the sapphires mark her true. For blessedness and truth in her were livelily portrayed, when gracious God with both his hands her goodly substance made. He framed her in such wondrous wise, she was, to speak without disguise, the fairest thing in mortal eyes. No more, no more, my heart doth faint when I the life recall of her who lived so free from taint, so virtuous deemed by all, that in herself was so complete I think that she was ta'en by God to deck his paradise, and with his saints to reign, whom while on earth each one did prize the fairest thing in mortal eyes. But naught our tears avail, or cries, all soon or late in death shall sleep, nor living wight long time may keep the fairest thing in mortal eyes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Break, Break, Break by Alfred Lord Tennyson. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Break, break, break. Break, break, break on thy cold grey stones, O sea, and I would that my tongue could utter the thoughts that arise in me. Oh, well for the fisherman's boy that he shouts with his sister at play! Oh, well for the sailor lad that he sings in his boat on the bay! And the stately ships go on to the haven under the hill, but oh, for the touch of a vanished hand, and the sound of a voice that is still. Break, break, break at the foot of thy crags, O sea, but the tender grace of a day that is dead will never come back to me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lavender by Anonymous. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. Lavender. How prone we are to hide and hoard each little treasure time has stored to tell of happy hours. We lay aside with tender care a tattered book, a lock of hair, a bunch of faded flowers. When death has led with silent hand our darlings to the silent land, awhile we sit bereft. But time goes on, anon we rise, our dead are buried from our eyes, we gather what is left. The books they loved, the songs they sang, the little flute whose music rang so cheerily of old. The pictures we had watched them paint, the last plucked flower with odor faint that fell from fingers cold. We smooth and fold with reverent care the robes they living used to wear, and painful pulses stir. As o'er the relics of our dead, with bitter rain of tears we spread pale purple lavender. And when we come in after years, with only tender April tears on cheeks once white with care, to look on treasures put away, despairing on that far-off day, a subtile scent is there. Dew wet and fresh we gather them, these fragrant flowers, now every stem is bare of all its bloom. Tear wet and sweet we strewed them here, to lend our relics, sacred, dear, their beautiful perfume. The scent abides on book and lute, on curl and flower, and with its mute but eloquent appeal, it wins from us a deeper sob, for our lost dead, a sharper throb than we are wont to feel. It whispers of the long ago, its love, its loss, its aching woe, and buried sorrows stir. And tears like those we shed of old roll down our cheeks as we behold our faded lavender. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
What of the Darkness? To the Happy Dead People by Richard Le Gallienne. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. What of the Darkness? To the Happy Dead People. What of the darkness? Is it very fair? Are there great calms? And find we silence there, like soft-shut lilies, All your faces glow with some strange peace our faces never know, with some strange faith our faces never dare? Dwells it in darkness? Do you find it there? Is it a bosom where tired heads may lie? Is it a mouth to kiss our weeping dry? Is it a hand to still the pulse's leap? Is it a voice that holds the runes of sleep? Day shows us not such comfort anywhere. Dwells it in darkness? Do ye find it there? Out of the day's deceiving light we call day that shows man so great and God so small, that hides the stars and magnifies the grass. Oh, is the darkness too a lying glass? Or undistracted, do you find truth there? What of the darkness? Is it very fair? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Van Elsen by Frederick George Scott, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Gabi. Van Elsen. God spake 3 times and saved Van Elsen's soul. He spake by sickness first and made him whole. Van Elsen heard him not, or soon forgot. God spake to him by wealth, the world outpoured its treasures at his feet, and called him Lord. Van Elsen's heart grew fat, and proud thereat. God spake the 3rd time when the great world smiled, and in the sunshine slew his little child. Van Elsen, like a tree, fell hopelessly. Then in the darkness came a voice which said, As thy heart bleedeth, so my heart hath bled. As I have need of thee, thou needest me. That night Van Elsen kissed the baby feet, and, kneeling by the narrow winding sheet, praised him with fervent breath who conquered death. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
When Lilacs Last in the Dooryard Bloomed, The Death of Lincoln, by Walt Whitman, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. When Lilacs Last in the Dooryard Bloomed, The Death of Lincoln. 1. When lilacs last in the dooryard bloomed, and the great star early drooped in the western sky in the night, I mourned, and yet shall mourn with ever-returning spring. Ever-returning spring, Trinity sure to me you bring, lilacs blooming perennial, and drooping star in the west, and thought of him I love. 2. O powerful western fallen star! O shades of night! O moody, tearful night! O great star disappeared! O the black murk that hides the star! O cruel hands that hold me powerless! O helpless soul of me! O harsh surrounding cloud that will not free my soul! 3. In the dooryard fronting an old farmhouse, near the whitewashed palings, stands the lilac bush tall growing with heart-shaped leaves of rich green, with many a pointed blossom rising delicate, with the perfume strong I love, with every leaf a miracle. And from this bush in the dooryard, with delicate coloured blossoms and heart-shaped leaves of rich green, a sprig with its flower I break. 4. In the swamp, in secluded recesses, a shy and hidden bird is warbling a song. Solitary the thrush, the hermit withdrawn to himself, avoiding the settlements, sings by himself a song. Song of the bleeding throat, death's outlet song of life, for well, dear brother, I know, if thou wast not granted to sing, thou wouldst surely die. 5. Over the breast of the spring, the land amid cities, amid lanes and through old woods, where lately the violets peeped from the ground, spotting the grey debris, amid the grass in the fields each side of the lanes, passing the endless grass, passing the yellow-speared wheat, every grain from its shroud in the dark brown fields uprisen, passing the apple-tree blows of white and pink in the orchards, carrying a corpse to where it shall rest in the grave, night and day journeys a coffin. 6. Coffin that passes through lanes and streets, through day and night with a great cloud darkening the land, with the pomp of the in-looped flags, with the cities draped in black, with the show of the states themselves as of crape-veiled women standing, with processions long and winding, and the flambeaux of the night, with the countless torches lit, with the silent sea of faces and the unbared heads, with the waiting depot, the arriving coffin, and the sombre faces, with dirges through the night, with 1,000 voices rising strong and solemn, with all the mournful voices of the dirges poured around the coffin, the dim-lit churches and the shuddering organs, where amid these you journey, with the tolling, tolling bells' perpetual clang. Here, coffin that slowly passes, I give you my sprig of lilac. 7. Nor for you, for one alone, blossoms and branches green to coffins all I bring, for, fresh as the morning, thus would I chant a song for you, O sane and sacred death. All over bouquets of roses, O death, I cover you over with roses and early lilies, but mostly and now the lilac that blooms the first, copious I break the sprigs from the bushes, with loaded arms I come, pouring for you and the coffins all of you, O death. 8. O western orb sailing the heaven, now I know what you must have meant as a month since I walked in silence the transparent shadowy night, as I saw you had something to tell as you bent to me night after night, as you drooped from the sky low down as if to my side, while the other stars all looked on, as we wandered together the solemn night, for something, I know not what, kept me from sleep, as the night advanced, and I saw on the rim of the west how full you were of woe, as I stood on the rising ground in the breeze in the cool transparent night, as I watched where you passed, and was lost in the netherward black of the night, as my soul in its trouble dissatisfied sank, as where you, sad orb, concluded, dropped in the night, and was gone. 9. Sing on there in the swamp, O singer bashful and tender, I hear your notes, I hear your call, I come presently, I understand you. But a moment I linger, for the lustrous star has detained me. The star, my departing comrade, holds and detains me. 10. Oh, how shall I warble myself for the dead one there I loved? And how shall I deck my song for the large, sweet soul that is gone? And what shall my perfume be for the grave of him I love? Sea winds blown from east and west, blown from the eastern sea and blown from the western sea, to there on the prairies meeting, these and with these, in the breath of my chant, I'll perfume the grave of him I love. 11. Oh, what shall I hang on the chamber walls? And what shall the pictures be that I hang on the walls, to adorn the burial house of him I love? Pictures of growing spring and farms and homes, with the 4th month eve at sundown, and the grey smoke lucid and bright, with floods of the yellow gold of the gorgeous, indolent, sinking sun, burning, expanding the air, with the fresh sweet herbage underfoot, and the pale green leaves of the trees prolific, in the distance the flowing gaze, the breast of the river, with a wind-dapple here and there, with ranging hills on the banks, with many a line against the sky, and shadows, and the city at hand with dwellings so dense, and stacks of chimneys, and all the scenes of life and the workshops, and the workmen homeward returning. 12. Lo, body and soul, this land, my own Manhattan with spires, and the sparkling and hurrying tides, and the ships, the varied and ample land, the South and the North in the light, Ohio's shores and flashing Missouri, and ever the far-spreading prairies covered with grass and corn. Lo, the most excellent sun, so calm and haughty, the violet and purple morn with just-felt breezes, the gentle, soft-born, measureless light, the miracle spreading, bathing all, the fulfilled noon, the coming eve delicious, the welcome night and the stars, over my city shining all, enveloping man and land. 13. Sing on, you gray-brown bird! Sing from the swamps, the recesses, pour your chant from the bushes, limitless out of the dusk, out of the cedars and pines. Sing on, dearest brother, warble your reedy song, loud human song with voice of uttermost woe. O liquid and free and tender, O wild and loose to my soul, O wondrous singer! You only I hear, yet the star holds me, but will soon depart, yet the lilac with mastering odor holds me. 14. Now while I sat in the day and looked forth, in the close of the day with its light in the fields of spring, and the farmers preparing their crops, in the large unconscious scenery of my land with its lakes and forests, in the heavenly aerial beauty, after the perturbed winds and the storms, under the arching heavens of the afternoon swift passing, and the voices of children and women, the many moving sea tides, and I saw the ships how they sailed, and the summer approaching with richness, and the fields all busy with labour, and the infinite separate houses, how they all went on, each with its meals and minutiae of daily usages, and the streets how their throbbings throbbed, and the cities pent. Lo, then and there, falling upon them all and among them all, enveloping me with the rest, appeared the cloud, appeared the long black trail, and I knew death, its thought, and the sacred knowledge of death. Then with the knowledge of death as walking one side of me, and the thought of death close walking the other side of me, and I in the middle as with companions, and as holding the hands of companions, I fled forth to the hiding, receiving night that talks not, down to the shores of the water, the path by the swamp and the dimness, to the solemn shadowy cedars and ghostly pines so still. And the singer so shy to the rest received me, the grey-brown bird I know received us comrades three, and he sang the carol of death, and a verse for him I love. From deep secluded recesses, from the fragrant cedars and the ghostly pines so still came the carol of the bird, and the charm of the carol wrapped me, as I held as if by their hands my comrades in the night, and the voice of my spirit tallied the song of the bird. Come, lovely and soothing death, undulate round the world, serenely arriving in the day and the night to all, to each, sooner or later, delicate death. Praise be the fathomless universe, for life and joy, and for objects and knowledge curious, and for love, sweet love, but praise, 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 for the sure and winding arms of cool enfolding death. Dark mother, always gliding near with soft feet, have none chanted for thee a chant of fullest welcome? Then I chanted for thee, I glorify thee above all. I bring thee a song that when thou must indeed come, come unfalteringly. Approach, strong deliveress, when it is so, when thou hast taken them. I joyously sing the dead, lost in the loving, floating ocean of thee, loved in the flood of thy bliss, O death. From me to thee glad serenades, Dances for thee I propose, saluting thee, adornments and feastings for thee, and the sights of the open landscape and the high spread sky are fitting, and life in the fields and the huge and thoughtful night. The night in silence under many a star, the ocean shore and the husky, whispering wave whose voice I know, and the soul turning to thee, O vast and well-veiled death, and the body gratefully nestling close to thee. Over the treetops I float thee a song, over the rising and sinking waves, over the myriad fields and the prairies wide, of the dense packed cities, all on the teeming wharves and ways. I float this carol with joy to thee, O death. 15. To the tally of my soul, loud and strong kept up the grey-brown bird, with pure deliberate notes spreading, filling the night. Loud in the pines and cedars dim, clear in the freshness moist in the swamp perfume, and I with my comrades there in the night, while my sight that was bound in my eyes unclosed as to long panoramas of visions. And I saw askant the armies, I saw as in noiseless dreams hundreds of battle flags, borne through the smoke of the battles, and pierced with missiles I saw them, and carried hither and yon through the smoke, and torn and bloody, and at last but a few shreds left on the staffs, and all in silence, and the staffs all splintered and broken. I saw battle corpses, myriads of them, and the white skeletons of young men. I saw them. I saw the debris of all the slain soldiers of the war, but I saw they were not as was thought. They themselves were fully at rest. They suffered not. The living remained and suffered. The mother suffered, and the wife and the child and the musing comrades suffered, and the armies that remained suffered. 16. Passing the visions, passing the night, passing, unloosing the hold of my comrades' hands, passing the song of the hermit bird and the tallying song of my soul, victorious song, death's outlet song, yet varying, ever-altering song, as low and wailing, yet clear the notes, rising and falling, flooding the night, sadly sinking and fainting, as warning, and yet again bursting with joy, covering the earth and filling the spread of the heaven, as that powerful psalm in the night I heard from recesses. Passing, I leave thee lilac with heart-shaped leaves, I leave thee there in the dooryard, blooming, returning with spring. I cease from my song for thee, from my gaze on thee in the west, fronting the west, communing with thee, O comrade lustrous, with silver face in the night. Yet each to keep and all, retrievements out of the night, the song, the wondrous chant of the grey-brown bird, and the tallying chant, the echo aroused in my soul, with the lustrous and drooping star with the countenance full of woe, with the holders holding my hand nearing the call of the bird, comrades mine and I in the midst, and their memory ever to keep, for the dead I loved so well, for the sweetest, wisest soul of all my days and lands, and this for his dear sake. Lilac and star and bird twined with the chant of my soul, there in the fragrant pines and the cedars dusk and dim. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
If I Should Die Tonight by Belle E. Smith, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. If I should die tonight. If I should die tonight, my friends would look upon my quiet face before they laid it in its resting place, and deem that death had left it almost fair. And, laying snow-white flowers against my hair, would smooth it down with tearful tenderness, and fold my hands with lingering caress. Poor hands, so empty and so cold to-night. If I should die to-night, my friends would call to mind, with loving thought, some kindly deed the icy hands had wrought, some gentle word the frozen lips had said, errands on which the willing feet had sped. The memory of my selfishness and pride, my hasty words, would all be put aside, and so I should be loved and mourned to-night. If I should die to-night, even hearts estranged would turn once more to me, recalling other days remorsefully. The eyes that chill me with averted glance would look upon me as of yore, perchance, and soften in the old familiar way, for who could war with dumb unconscious clay? So I might rest, forgiven of all, to-night. O friends, I pray to-night, keep not your kisses for my dead, cold brow. The way is lonely, let me feel them now. Think gently of me, I am travel-worn. My faltering feet are pierced with many a thorn. Forgive, O hearts estranged, forgive, I plead. When dreamless rest is mine, I shall not need the tenderness for which I long to-night. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Awakening by Washington Gladden. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Lian. Awakening. Down to the borders of the silent land he goes with halting feet. He dares not trust, he cannot understand the blessedness complete that waits for God's beloved at his right hand. He dreads to see God's face, for though the pure beholding him are blessed, yet in his sight no evil can endure, and still with fear oppressed he looks within and cries, "Who can be sure?" The world beyond is strange, the golden streets, the palaces so fair, the seraphs singing in the shining seats, the glory everywhere, and to his soul he solemnly repeats the visions of the book. "Alas!" he cries, "that world is all too grand. Among those splendors and those majesties I would not dare to stand. For me a lowlier heaven would well suffice." Yet, faithful in his lot, this saint has stood, through service and through pain. The Lord Christ he has followed, doing good. Sure, dying must be gain to one who living hath done what he could. The light is fading in the tired eyes, the weary race is run. Not as the victor that doth seize the prize, but as the fainting one, he nears the verge of the eternities. And now the end has come, and now he sees the happy, happy shore. O fearful and faint, distrustful soul, are these the things thou fear'st before, the awful majesties that spoiled thy peace? This land is home, no stranger art thou here. Sweet and familiar words from voices silent long salute thy ear, and winds and songs of birds, and bees and blooms, and sweet perfumes are near. The seraphs, they are men of kindly mien, the gems and rose but signs of minds all radiant, and of hearts washed clean, the glory such as shines wherever faith or hope or love is seen. And he, O doubting child, the Lord of grace, whom thou didst fear to see, he knows thy sin. But look upon his face, doth it not shine on thee with the great light of love that fills the place? O happy soul, be thankful now and rest. Heaven is a goodly land, and God is love, and those he loves are blessed. Now thou dost understand, the least thou hast is better than the best that thou didst hope for. Now upon thy eyes the new life opens fair. Before thy feet the blessed journey lies, through homelands everywhere, and heaven to thee is all a sweet surprise. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Beyond the smiling and the weeping by Horatius Bonar. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Lian. Beyond the smiling and the weeping. Beyond the smiling and the weeping I shall be soon, beyond the waking and the sleeping, beyond the sowing and the reaping I shall be soon. Love, rest, and home, sweet hope, Lord, tarry not, but come. Beyond the blooming and the fading I shall be soon, beyond the shining and the shading, beyond the hoping and the dreading I shall be soon. Love, rest, and home, sweet hope, Lord, tarry not, but come. Beyond the rising and the setting I shall be soon, beyond the calming and the fretting, beyond the remembering and forgetting I shall be soon. Love, rest, and home, sweet hope, Lord, tarry not, but come. Beyond the gathering and the strowing I shall be soon, beyond the ebbing and the flowing, beyond the coming and the going I shall be soon. Love, rest, and home, sweet hope, Lord, tarry not, but come. Beyond the parting and the meeting I shall be soon, beyond the farewell and the greeting, beyond this pulse's fever beating I shall be soon. Love, rest, and home, sweet hope, Lord, tarry not, but come. Beyond the frost chain and the fever I shall be soon, beyond the rock waste and the river, beyond the ever and the never I shall be soon. Love, rest, and home, sweet hope, Lord, tarry not, but come. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Land of the Leal by Carolina, Baroness Nairn, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 3, Sorrow and Consolation, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Land of the Leal. I'm wearing away, Jean, like snaw when it's thawed, Jean. I'm wearing away to the land of the Leal. There's nae sorrow there, Jean. There's neither cold nor care, Jean. The days I fare in the land of the Leal. You were aye leal and true, Jean. Your task is ended now, Jean, and I'll welcome you to the land of the Leal. Our bonny bairn's there, Jean. She was baith good and fair, Jean. Oh, we grudged her right sair to the land of the Leal. Then dry that tearful ee, Jean. My soul longs to be free, Jean, and angels wait on me to the land of the Leal. Now fare ye weel, my ain Jean. This world's care is vain, Jean. We'll meet and I be fain in the land of the Leal. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.